I was gonna say you live by the dice, you die by the dice, but does that work if you're intending to live in the hole, but then you miss the hole? Does that work? It's more like you fall in the hole by the dice, you stay in the tavern by the dice. It's not nearly as catchy. Everyone else avoids the pit. Yeah, we haven't had a single person in the pit today. Yeah, I reckon with a roll like that. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely condemned. Definitely condemned to the pit. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Before anything else, thank you very much, Shampoo, for the sub. I appreciate it. You know where your room is upstairs. You have your key. Feel free to access it. I see a Pretender. I see a Billy. I see a Shampoo. I see an Alt. Hope we're doing well. I'm arting. I am. Well, I am now. You paid your art tax and everything? I know. I know. Oh my god. That's the fastest I've seen anybody input. That was incredible. Who do you think you are? I am. That was incredible. Oh, you're playing Pokemon? Sorry, but no, that's my bad. My bad. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah. You're out of the pit. You're in, then you're out. You're in, then you're out. You're up, then you're down. You're wrong when it's right. It's black and it's white. You just came to race Billy. But you know, he had no chance. It's tough. It's tough. He's an expert. He's an expert in the field. He's been checking in for years. Ooh, Shampoo. There you go. You've got an offer. You need to be in the pit so you can finish draining your aquatic trouble. Oh, no. Well, Pixie's in the pit, for sure. You're rolling to push. Oh, no, I reckon with a 16, so usually a 1 to 20. A 1 to 20 is like a degree of success. Drawing. Yeah, okay. No, that clicks a little bit more cleanly. I reckon with a 16. Ooh, actually, Fire, can you roll your d20 as well? And we'll see what a 16 plus your roll ends up with. I'm curious to see, because I've got an image in my head, and I'm curious to see if it plays out. Got to get back to work. Take it easy, Ron. Catch you, bud. Ooh. And you've defended me as well. Heck yeah. Okay, so it does play out. It does play out the way that I intended it to. So, Shampoo, you're like, can anyone please, dear God, for the love of everything that's good, can I get into this darn pit? Pretender runs over and crouches down behind you, between yourself and the pit. You haven't noticed this at all. And then Fire very casually shoves you from the front. You stumble over Pretender that's worked as some sort of tripping mechanism, and you've free fall ragdoll flip-flopped directly into the pit. Free fall. No, it's fantastic. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. You just hear, yeah! As you descend, you make your descent. Put club, pit club. Is this the first rule of pit club? Is that you don't fall into pit club? I'm so I forgot to ask, by the way, yesterday, Fire. You said you were going to was it a conference on Friday? How'd you go? Like to share your dinner with the pip. You made rice with garlic butter, white fish. Oh, heck yeah. That sounds delicious. What kind of white fish? I'm super picky when it comes to white fish. Specifically because, I don't know, my family used to cook it incredibly bland, but with like a garlic butter. Ooh, that sounds amazing. End stream early yesterday ruined your after work entertainment. Just to spite you. I mean, you got it in one. I thought to myself, you know who's probably going to get home around this time tonight? Alt. Frick that guy. I'm going to get a headache just to spite him. Caucasian whitefish? The only one that can exist, I suppose. Massive headache, yeah. Went to a laboratory conference. It was very enjoyable. Presentations were very interesting, but also concerning. Times are trying for the science community in the US, so it's to be expected. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, hopefully in the next 3 years or so, things will start to bounce back. Kind of sucks with how flip-floppy it is with the extremes at the moment, but hopefully it mellows out. Pacific whiting, yum. Also, sorry to hear about the headache. Glad I'm feeling better. Yeah, I am. I finished stream at like 8 o'clock last night and immediately fell asleep and then slept for, like 14 hours or something stupid. I needed it. I needed it real bad. Usually steam your whitefish with ginger, spring onions, sliced bell peppers. No, that does sound way better. So the way that my family would usually cook a whitefish would be just like salt, pepper, lemon. That's it. And it's not good. Pan searing a whitefish with salt, pepper, and lemon, it makes it taste like the flavor of bland. It's probably the best way that I could describe it. I've always wanted to go to a conference. The closest thing to a conference I've ever been to was like an engineering like workshop conference thing as a student, and that was fun. I do not assume that it's the same for a lot of industry conferences, in the sense that there are a lot of like activities that we did. I presume it's more on the lecture side of things than it is on the activity side of things. But it's the one thing that I regret about going into art, is there are no, like, I don't know, outside of niche industry art conferences, you know. Then pour soy sauce over. Oh, yum. I thought the US got rid of the subject. Yeah, just got rid of medicine, correct. Don't eat fish unless it's sushi or sashimi. Do like crab, prawns, and squid and all that too. And all that though. That's fair. No, that is fair. Yeah, it's almost like crustaceans and squid and that sort of thing are all like almost a different subcategory of food. Did I have a nice dream? I don't know. I don't know. You know when you sleep so deeply that it's just like nothing? It's not often that it happens to me. I usually dream, but I believe I had a dreamless sleep. That was so wacky that I don't remember the half of it. Salt, pepper, lemon is better if you use lemon slices, wrap in foil. For sure. Never the case though. Always incredibly surface level seasoning. Awful. Hi Rambo. Hi. How you going? How's your weekend? Sometimes when you're searing salmon, you slice the garlic very thin, would liquefy in the pan, then put the fish in, then add some herbs. Baste the entire fish. No butter though. Don't like the butter smell. Yeah, no, but all of these cooking methods sound like they're far more deeply penetrating than like just a surface level basting, which was what I'm used to. So it sounds like it adds way more flavor to the fish, which is I think what was missing, because white fish doesn't tend to inherently have a ton of flavor. It's not like a salmon or a tuna or something like that. Trout even, I guess. So yeah, no, I should try that though. I shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I shouldn't be like, no white fish for me. I should try like a deeper seasoning like that. Business student, 90% of conferences have just networking events. 10% are about AI and business. Yeah. So like, I'm not jealous about going to conferences like those. more sort of the workshop-y conferences, I suppose. You make a nasty garlic rice. Oh, that does sound delicious. I mean, not the nasty bit, but the garlic rice bit. Fire number. Eight's not bad. How you going? Squid? We were just talking about cooking you, by the way. Opposite for you, the deeper you sleep, the more vivid the dream. Really? Okay. Well, it's better than the sleep that I got, not yesterday, the day before, where I think I described it on yesterday's stream, where I dreamed about going to Disneyland with somebody that I'd never met before, but in my dream was my best friend. I strongly have the inclination that they didn't have a face. I believe they didn't have a face at all, but I took it as gospel that they were like my best friend. I knew them for years. It was very, very strange. Chilling drawing. It was cool. Draw a lot of chilling drawing. It was cool. Drew a lot. How was my weekend? Sorry, my reading comprehension. Yeah, good. In the process of assembling a costume for a convention that I'm going to, not next weekend, the weekend after, and that's going pretty well. Cleaned up a few things about the server Discord and everything. So no, a productive weekend. A little bit of rest in there as well, sprinkled in, bit of seasoning. Do this Korean parrotfish. Mix sesame oil, sesame seeds, white vinegar, garlic powder, tiny bit of MSG, ooh, a tiny bit of chili. Set it on the side for 90 seconds, all based in the... Yeah, exactly. No, that sounds like a far more thorough based with far more complex flavoring than what I'd be used to, which sounds delicious, absolutely delicious. Taking a lunch break, then you're back to playing Minecraft horror mod with your friends. Heck yeah. That sounds fun. Don't enjoy talking to 7-year-olds about how smartphones are going to change the business world 20 years after the... Oh, God, no. Hell no. Ooh, Fields. You end stream? No, I think we... I think the only time that's come to pass was when Dust did roll out Natural One and Crash Stream. I think that's the only instance of a true roll D20 to end stream. Oh no! Dear, dear. Speaking of conventions, have a convention on the 17th, and finally finalised the pit game that you asked you could do last time. Nice. If you've got a version of it that you'd like to share, I'd love to see. You got a 20? I got her. Them's the rules. No, that's fair. Hi, Paradox. Hi. How you going? How's your weekend? 19's not bad. All right. I'm up to date. I've caught up. Today, I am going to take this version of the Tavern and update the concept to what we'd spoken about last Wednesday. So remember how we were talking about updating the environment that the Tavern was sitting in? So take some of these ideas and then apply them to the subterranean cavern environment. That's the plan. So a lot of stream today is just going to be planning out a visual, because what I tend to do incorrectly is I'll go, oh, excellent, I'll draw this thing, and I'll immediately start putting paint to canvas. But I feel as though, especially with this image, a lot of composition planning will go a long way. Will save me a lot of trouble on the back end. So I'm going to go through and draft for freaking ages. But with the complexity of this one, I think it'll definitely be worth it. Doing good. Redoing your OC roster. Hey, nice. We were just talking, Minnow, we were just talking yesterday, right? About like doing up an OC roster and then potentially redoing it later on, right? Sounds like that's exactly what Paradox is doing. There you go. See, you don't need to nail it on the first attempt if you want to update it, like as you go, as your skills improve. It's encouraged to do it that way. Would you like to play a game? As you can see around you, you're in a pit. You must roll the dice. If you roll properly, if you roll poorly, the pit will fill with gas. Roll the dice well, and the pit will fill with nice smelly gas. Mr. Jigsaw, are you telling me that no matter what I do, you're going to fill this pit with gas? Is that... You've just got one plan, don't you? You've just got one button, and you're just trying to spin it in a fun way, no matter what happens. Yeah, gas. Yeah, exactly. Tavern is inside a cavern-like thing? Yeah! So I'll see if I can come up with the... I think it was Brink 3? Nope. Brink 2? Nope. Brink 1. Hey, we got there in the first try. So this is what a slice of the landscape looks like. So you've got a surface level, which, to be fair, I don't know what that surface level looks like yet. Then you've got these big sinkholes. And then below the sinkholes, you've got a forest cavern environment. And that's where the tavern is located, down on this level down here. So you're going to have these massive earthy spires that keep the structure almost like a honeycomb kind of feel all the way through. And then I do like the idea of having like this subterranean lake or river or whatever it happens to be, body of water. Yeah. So keeping the forest elements, making it more underground with like God Ray type stuff going on. That's the plan anyway. The gas budget ran out of gas. It's tough. It's tough, especially when you're using that much gas. It's kind of goes with the thing. Picked up your tablet after stream yesterday and kept drawing your characters. Didn't make a lot of progress, but progress is progress. And you're pleased with how it's turning out so far. There you go. Boom. Boom. You made more progress than what you would have done if you didn't try at all. By like a landslide. As soon as you add like something, as soon as you add something to the canvas, it leaps and bounds ahead of like nothing. Because that nothing can be almost an impenetrable wall if you don't try and push past it. But where is your planet's gas? In the pit, obviously, all of it. Because both the good gas and the bad gas is being utilized depending on the dice roll. Need to print it out and assemble it. But basically, roll a d20 to win a prize or discount at your table. Finish making a d20, it has minimal bubbles. But 1 to 5 in the pit. Get a pit treasure. 6 to 15, save 10% on total order. 16 to 19, choose a free sticker. 20, choose a free item up to $5 in value. Hey! That's fun. That's very fun. That's incredibly exciting. I'm jealous. I want to come roll a dice. If they roll a 1 in the pit game, it should release the pit gas. You are incredibly attached to this pit gas idea. I mean, understandably so. It's really good. I'm just noticing a pattern. Okay, let's grab that chunk of earth, put it into the reference file, like so. And then I should come up with some more reference images, I think, before I really go to town. You're not going to release gas at a convention center. How incredibly sensible of you. Answer is 291. 291 characters at least. Hot damn. Hot damn. underground cavern. There we go. Imagery like this. This is what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Don't know what pit treasure you should make and how many pit treasures you need. Immediately what comes to mind to me, definitely you don't have to do it, but immediately what comes to mind to me is trash. In the nicest of ways. So I'm thinking like an empty can. That's like lid is open. You probably can't do that because the edge would be sharp. Like a carton of eggs, you could probably do that. That's safe. Just like an empty cereal box, things like that. That'd be sick. It's entirely up to you, but that's immediately what comes to mind to me. There's pieces of innocuous disposables. Hundreds of the attendees there will release their own concoction, though, Shampoo. That is true. If anything, you've seen those little like auto air freshener things, right? Where like every 5 minutes or whatever it does, it like presses the button and goes ksh, or whatever. Just totally have one of those at the pit, I reckon. Get a zip bag, but a bit of gas. Oh, yeah, no, okay. Just add like a nozzle to the side or something. 6 a.m. stream. Yeah, Mac, usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's early streams. Early streams on Tuesdays, Thursdays. Sharp edge is the aesthetic of the pit. Pit is dangerous and risky. It puts hair on your chest and prepares you for the real world. You're giving that sermon as you're handing over the tin can. Yeah, absolutely. A bit of tetanus will do you good. God. Okay. You do have a tiger shark in a trash can sticker. There you go. Have a sewer ghost art as well. These are definitely jiving with that aesthetic that I described to you, yeah. Tavern is already in a pit, right? So there's a second deeper pit. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Is you've got the tavern situated here, then you've got the pit, which goes down even deeper, and then some say I haven't been able to prove or deny that that there are deeper levels of the pit as well. That I've got no idea. Actually, didn't you find like a giant rib cage or something on a level a bit below the usual pit level? Tetanus is a feature, not a bug, absolutely. Gotta get ready and leave. Want to keep sleeping? Take care, guys. Take care, Mac. Look after yourself. Good morning. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe they'll get a goblin loincloth. That's trash. Yeah, no, that absolutely works. No, that fits the vibe. What would you call a story that's basically Indiana Jones, but with Pokemon characters? Only name you have is Pokiana Jones. That just has a purely feminine sound to it. Pokemon, Indiana Jones. I think that already exists. I think that's like a Pokemon mystery dungeon, isn't it? Isn't that exactly? Isn't that a thing? Correct me if I'm wrong. You did, see? I knew it. There are deeper levels of the pit because you brought a shovel. If they don't exist, I will make them. Remove 257 glitches and glitch interactions. Improve tetanus chances. Sir, they keep saying that a few of the visitors to the pit keep getting tetanus. It's like, what? A few? God, we can't have that, can we? Increase the chances. Bring that up to at least 90%. I think that's fine for like have any shots. I don't need that many. Twisted Trees. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is basically Indiana Jones. That's kind of what I had in my head. Just needed a title for a human Pokemon timeline with your human Gliscor and human Pidgeotto in it. Tried the idea of flight rivals, but that just sounded lame. Like soaring aces, that kind of thing. Did you want that kind of like cooler aesthetic to it? Or are you wanting something a little bit more mundane? Get tetanus for your money back. That's a guarantee you can take to the bank. The early mystery dungeons are very Indiana Jones. The later ones kind of aren't. I'm thinking of those earlier ones with like the Charmander with the ascot and stuff. Yeah. Pokemon 2. Oh, it's a good fresh take on it. I think we've yet to have a Pokemon 2 after all this time. Reminds you of a scene in the game. Thank goodness you're here. There's a gold man with a sign and bags of asbestos saying, "Bring back asbestos." Bring it back. It's been out of the loop for far too long. You found an old drawing of yours showing human Gliscor following a treasure map like Indiana Jones did. Ooh. That's just the rivalry between Gliscor and Pidgeotto, not really the whole plot. Right. That's okay. I'll chill until old man. Right. I was gonna say like gold man is a really specific aesthetic, but I mean, hey. We back? Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Remember the one where you play Tepig, which is more of a slice of life anime than Indiana Jones? Really? I thought that the Mystery Dungeon series was all about adventuring. Interesting to hear that there were ones that were more just like living as a Pokemon. Is a rite of passage for the bit. God, what kind of expectations am I setting up? Stream of water, babbling brook. Hey, yeah, there we go. Nice. Lovely imagery here. Beautiful. Did not hear anything for the past 3 minutes. No, don't worry, you didn't miss out on anything. As soon as I saw that you said ads, I held off. Your phone likes to change your words, not even correct them, just change them. Yeah, my phone's been doing the same thing lately. I'm strongly considering turning off autocorrect completely, because even when I'm not misspelling things and I'm just being really particular with my language, because, I don't know, I'm being a language freak, my phone will just decide, actually, you know what? You did actually mean to say SpongeBob SquarePants instead of whatever the heck you just wrote. And it does throw me for a loop because I'm like, well, no, but I didn't spell anything incorrectly. What are we doing here? Does the pit have rabies? I don't believe so. Because I don't think anything with rabies would stoop so low as to descend into the pit. Tepid one was still adventurous, but more about making friends and building a base. Yeah, okay, fair. So kind of like the base building mechanic from Gen 4 kind of feel. Do you have a rabid goblin who looks at you funny every once in a while? Yeah, jury's out as to whether or not that one has rabies. Ads was the first thing you heard after coming back from ads? I was just reading through what you'd written. I hadn't come up with any revelations or anything like that. SpongeBob SquarePants. It's not a real word. I think I meant Springdale circle shirt. Yeah, exactly. Boom. Fixed. Thank you. Thank you, autocorrect. You've saved me once again. The worst is when your phone removes the U from words. Oh. Your phone might be on like an incorrect keyboard then, because you can actually set yourself to like Australian English or British English or whatever that actually keeps the U's in. Whereas if it's an American English keyboard, it would be removing the U's. It's like, oh, how do you spell house in American English? Ah, it's easy. Hose. It's like, excuse me, what? Why? Well, it's just how we do it, yeah. Sure, I guess. Never come up with an idea on his own. Just steals yours. It's true. I hate to admit it, but it is actually true. I mine alt for all of my ideas constantly. Disabled autocorrect and change the default keyboard to one named thumb key. It's weird, but you find it much easier to type with. I should go through and do it. I've been having a whinge about it for like a couple of years at this point, so no, I should actually commit to it and do it. Likes to correct I to them. I have no idea why. What? That's so freaking specific. Set it to British English, but it keeps reverting to American English. You can remove the American English keyboard completely, because otherwise you'd have to like switch the keyboard actively in the bottom left. Yeah, you can remove the previous one. American English, spell house like Springdale Circuit shirt. Yeah, no, exactly. I don't understand why they've upped the aggression. If anything, people have been getting annoyed by autocorrect. Why would they up the aggressiveness of it? I don't get it. Okay, let's throw out a couple of drafts. Instead of doing line work, which I hate, let's just go through and block some things in, shall we? My initial idea is that I want to keep the tavern in the same spot because I really like that feeling of looking up to where the tavern is in the top right hand corner. Utilizing the rule of thirds, where I know, big canvas, big brushstroke. I know. You break the canvas into thirds, and then that crossover bit is like where the majority of the attention tends to go. You can also center frame things. So instead of putting it into the rule of thirds, you can put it center frame. That also garners quite a bit of visual attention, but I really like the look of it at the moment where it's situated in that top right third. Those are ninths, not thirds. Yes, but it's thirds plural. So you divide it into thirds, and then you divide it into thirds again. So it's horizontal and vertical thirds. That's why it's the rule of thirds plural. But yeah, it's very cheeky. Very cheeky. It is technically ninths. You should bring it up with the visual art community. I reckon they'd love that observation. Should name the story after the conclusion. Type to judge a book by its cover. Oh, there you go, Paradox. So instead of naming it after like a general premise, maybe name it after something like a specific either plot point or beat, or yeah, even like something stoic or poignant at the end of the story. That could be quite fun, so that by the time that you get to that interaction, it like comes full circle and it clicks. That can be really satisfying in a story. AI has improved and now features work so much better. Please believe me. It sounds like a load of bollocks to me personally, but hey, that's just me. I'll only speak for myself. One of your friends made a sketch of your OC Aubrey. Do you have permission to send a link? Yeah. Hi Astrid, how you going? Hope you had a good weekend. Place an X in the bottom right, please. The tic-tac-toe boy. Sorry, a little bit too late on that one. have Van Gogh on Instagram. You'll complain to him. There you go. Boom. No, definitely. He's one of the most like outspoken art guys, I guess. Van Gogh, yeah, he's the loony who chopped his ear off, right? He's probably like a high lord of art, I think, in terms of ranking. Doing a tavern, right? Suggests it's full of peanut shells. Juki, I understand that. Was it Outback Steakhouse that did the peanut shells? Is that the one that you're making reference to? That sounds awful. That sounds awful. I'm very much so like a visceral person. Like textures, sounds, visuals. If it hits me with like a really visceral feeling, it makes me feel really uncomfortable. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Astrid. Ooh, nice. That's sick. Really cool. No, that's awesome. Congratulations. I hope you like it. I mean, with how proudly you're describing it, I reckon you do. But no, that's awesome. The bird on the shoulder, nice. Yeah, cool. If you ever had a book, you'd call it like The Ballad of Rumbershell the Vampire, then you would not mention anything even semi-related to vampires, ballads, or Rumbershell. And then the last sentence would be, and thus concludes The Ballad of Rumbershell the Vampire. There you go. Full circle, full circle. You had the reader invested the entire time to find out what the hell was going on with the title. And you've tricked them successfully. Yeah, bad news for me. What's up? You okay? This tavern is pretty awful. No peanut shells? Not interested. That's tough. Outback Steakhouse is based on Aussie food. Can't complain about it. I feel as though we can. I feel as though if anyone can complain about Outback Steakhouse, we're the only ones who are allowed to. They're the ones who did that. In reference to which what? It's actually, you think, Texas Roadhouse, right? Okay, well, I mean, similar feel, slightly different location. Keyword did. They're the ones who did that, as in like they're the ones who used the peanut shells. At least yours don't do the peanuts scattered everywhere anymore. They do have sealed bags at the table though, so that you can actively throw them on the floor. That's fair enough. 11's not bad. Cloud, technically a success, above average. All the PCs walk in, see peanut shells on the ground, they turn around and go to another yeah, this place is filthy. They don't clean up after their peanut shells. An NYPD detective that works in their magics division investigates supernatural mysteries. She's a bit sassy. No, I totally got that from the visual design with the incredibly lax outfit. No, that's cool. Good evening, Future Proof. How you going? The bad news was that the rolls I gave you were not good. Results for populating your magic item auction was a healing potion. Oh no, you don't have to use it. You don't have to use it if you don't like the outcome. Literally, it's what rolling tables is for, right? You don't have to necessarily commit to the outcome. You love Outback Steakhouse? Wait, Texas Roadhouse. Get gosh. Texas Roadhouse did the peanut shells. Like, yeah. So that's what that's what GQ was saying. Was that it was Texas Roadhouse, not Outback Steakhouse. I was the one who did it. I was the one who inceptioned you. Never been to Outback Steakhouse. Felt more Outback rather than Outback. Yeah, no, it's never been too appealing. The blooming onion, I suppose, is like a novelty thing, but I don't like fried food that much. Or other countries have chain Montanas, but it's a lovely alternative to Outback. I've never heard of a Montana's. The big thing of Outback Steakhouse is the blooming onion. Yeah, just talked about it. I've got a question for me. actually had a blooming onion before, because I have the feeling that I just made that up and wanted an excuse to sell it under the Aussie theme. Well, that's the thing, is that the blooming onion isn't Aussie in origin whatsoever. I believe they got the concept from a restaurant in New Orleans, I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm probably wrong, but definitely not from Australia. No. The visual design is working already, conveying that. Yeah, 100%. Give you another D12. Going to add onto it. Okay. We have an 8. There you go. Result of the fourth D12. What does one put on a business card? Business name, usually like a contact email, and then maybe something like a little mantra or slogan or something to do with the business. And then some cheeky individuals will put like a QR code or something on it as well. And then just like a lovely neutral design in the background. Generally how that goes. Also like a logo for the business as well, if you've got one. I've gotten so much done so far. I know, it's just been me yapping. It's just been me... I should actually start concentrating a little bit. Bloomin' Onion is yummy. Feels like a New Orleans thing, you'd believe it. I watched a documentary on it once. I just can't remember any of the details. Rolling up a character right now, able to walk on peanut shells. What do you mean able to walk on peanut shells? Technically, any character can. This is not many characters would want to, is the only thing. Make an Aussie restaurant, bought the location, built the restaurant, did some Googling and found out only have meat pies and fairy bread and said frick. Yeah, exactly. Onion, I guess. We'll go with onion. Funny for an alpha to make. There you go. Boom. It was called an onion mum. Hey, there we go. See, I was correct. First level warrior with sandals on. Heck yeah, equipped and ready to go. Your character is allergic to peanuts. That would be one of the few exceptions, yeah. Barefoot would have been awful. You are correct, yeah. Barefoot would have been pretty atrocious. Or barefoot, B-E-A-R. Barefoot would have... barefoot would be okay, probably, maybe. Have your Instagram, shop, email. Gonna create a VGen, but don't know where to put on where. I mean, don't forget that there's back of the business card as well, if you want just like a link or something that you don't necessarily need to be on the front. Onion, the first level warrior with sandals on. Oh, beautiful. Gotta be an alpha. Should I be an abyssal? Or... are alpha and abyssal separate? Or... I'm confused. Stop messaging so I can actually start. No, you're good, you're good. No, if anything, this is excellent practice for me because I should be able to multitask a little bit better than I'm currently capable of. So please, by all means, message away. I'll try to improve. Guy that comes to this tavern asks for the cheese dip every night. Every night? Hot damn. Definitely not lactose intolerant. That's the back. The front is your logo enlarged. Ah, there you go. Fair. Fair. That seems impactful. No, that works. That works. Only thing that you have to roll is a dex saving throw to not get the cheese dip on your shirt. All right, roll it now. Type exclamation mark D20 into chat and let's see what that dex saving throw is. 14 passes with flying colours, I reckon. Very, very clean eat. The equivalent of Australia in your setting is a demon-infused land, so anything there can be abyssal. Clearly, I'm an owl. No, that's fair. I mean, I'd say don't judge a book by its cover, but the entire book is owl flavored, so. Your stats aren't set up. Oh, please. Yeah, please, by all means. So it's 4d6 and remove the one with the lowest number. D20 for them all. Unfortunately, no, that's not how rolling stats works. But we don't have a d6 here in the tavern, so you'll have to procure your own d6s for the stats. Absolutely not d20s for all of them. That'd be mad cheating. It is in the pit. Your pit rules do not have jurisdiction here. Okay, now let's quickly do up perspective. Strength D20. Oh, there's a 30-second cooldown on it, which is why I recommend that you don't roll the stats in chat. I recommend rolling stats outside and then bringing them in. Tetanus Goblin begs to differ on my dice jurisdiction. Well, I was going to say the tetanus goblin can bite me, but please don't. Oh God, for the love of God, please don't. Please don't bite me, tetanus goblin. Would we believe you if you did something great with a roll? Yeah. That's how online D&D works. It's a trust-based system. It wouldn't work if you have to see every dice roll. Wrong freaking layer. I was going to do the perspective. Okay, let's say the eye level is a bit lower. So that way you're looking up at the tavern. Up there. Then we'll have to do the thing. Okay. So if we want the tavern to be situated here, it is exclamation mark D20, yeah. Not one D20, just exclamation mark D20. No, you're good. But as I was saying, there is a 30-second cooldown on it. So if you're planning on rolling out a lot of numbers, I'd recommend either using an online number roller, or if you do have dice, roll out the dice yourself and then come back to us with the results. You did? Okay. What'd you end up with? What are your stats looking like? for the NPC warrior. There you go. Hey, look at that. Minnow's rolled up stats if you want to use those. So if we use the rules as written, it would be we would remove the 1 because it's the lower number. So 5 plus 2 plus 2. So we've got a 9 for our first stat. Then for our second stat, we've got 4 plus 6 plus 5. So that's 15. Not bad. Ooh, stat number 3 is 18. Love to see that. Stat number 4 is 16. Incredible. Stat number 5 is 15. Again, really, really, really good. And then stat number 6 is 15. 8. That's a really solid set of stats right there. Really, really, really good. So yeah, you just go through, chop off the lowest number that is in each number set, and then you go. Still buy individual subclasses on D&D Beyond, or do you need to buy Xanathars? It depends on what subclass you want. Is which source book that you buy. I believe Cloud is right that they've removed individual purchases, but I'm not sure. Solid set of stats, take that. Yeah, exactly. Boom. Strength 12, Dex 8, Con 15, Int 10, Wiz 13, Charisma 8. Oh no. Deary dear. No, it's okay. Starting stats. These are starting adventurer stats. Okay, so if we want our tavern to be... Let's say that the top vanishing point is like freaking here, I guess. Chuck it there. Get rid of this, oops, get rid of this line here. Oh, that's a dramatic angle. Oh my goodness. Blah. And then off to the side, where do we want the other vanishing points to be? There and there, I guess. Can you post a link? Yeah, sure. Is there a way for you to try a D&D game online, like over video? Is that a thing? Always wanted to play, but you don't know any groups IRL. Yeah, there are D&D, there are Discord groups specifically for running online D&D. I've heard. I haven't tried any myself, so I can't speak with confidence on it, but I've heard that there are online Discord communities for it, so you can definitely shop around, I'm sure. As a warrior, you'll be telling the PCs that they need to stop at the entrance into the town/city. Yeah, like a town's guard kind of deal. Yeah. I need to make a character sheet to keep track of your tavern character. Fair. There you go. Cloud's got you. Go no further. This is for townies only. Oh, dearie dear. Oh, quite the strict guard we have on our hands. No way. Yeah, I reckon. I believe so. Biggest fool in this town, willing to say stupid things to the PCs. Because of the low int stat. No, that's fair. That's fair. You've made horrid art of Kuro? How horrid we talking? Town has nothing for the folks at the gate. It's tough. No, it's tough. Like, all tourism has stopped because of this one town's guard. Iced coffee, please, and thank you. Coming right up. Enjoy your iced coffee. Cheers. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this horrid artwork. That's not horrid. Nitroglycerin, who's going to tell? Not me. Not me. That's a lovely surprise for Kuro to find. That's not horrid. You were setting yourself up for failure with that description. I reckon it's fine. He's going to explode. It's tough. It's tough. Sometimes life just be like that, you know. Something like that. Why did I put that in that layer? Is what it is. Okay. Boom. Boom. Yeah, computer. I know. I'm making big picture. I know. Problem. Aye. Warrior first level sucks. They do all their time to protect the town. I mean, it depends on what you want the warrior to be doing, yeah. You gotta go? Hope all have fun? Thanks, Clan. Rest up, bud. Learn what Nitro was from Crash Bandicoot 2. It's a pretty good crash course. Pun intended. PCs walk all over you. You've been raised and educated in this town. Please don't piss outside the tavern. To be fair, though, like a warrior doesn't necessarily need to be like a town guard figure. Warriors can be all sorts. You hurt your knee and you're upset about it. Hurt it how? That sounds awful. Don't want an opening directly above the tavern, just because I want the lighting to be quite moody. That can't really be the case when that is above there. So maybe we have this kind of business going on. Okay, I need to just not think about it. I need to not think about it and just plonk paint on canvas. But yeah, hurt your knee how? If you're in the tavern, you'd be one of those blokes staring into the drink. Oh no. Well, I mean, that doesn't last for very long, given that oftentimes all sorts of strange and compelling competitions start taking place in the tavern. Like, more than once we've had backflip contests. We've had bandit attacks. We've had nosedives into the pit. No, we've had all sorts. It would be strange for you to be stuck staring into your drink for the entirety of your stay. Looking for an excuse to get mad at somebody. Oh dear, don't worry. Billy, our bodyguard for the tavern, we'll fix up that attitude right quick. Don't worry about it. Technically, Kuro can light a fire with his fingers because how hot he is, figuratively and literally. No fair. Not a good combination with the nitroglycerin, I don't think. I don't reckon. Ooh, into the pit you go. Hot damn. Not the backflips again. It's tough. It's tough. Got your permanent character for the world. You are Khan, the rat folk. He's a hermit rat folk who enjoys his peaceful time, though can talk to others if necessary, but not well. He's also a druid of the Circle of Shepherd, which gives him a sense of duty to help those who are defenseless. As a hermit, he lives in a secluded corner of the Duskwood Hollows, which he randomly stumbled upon. He frequents the tavern, but has never thoroughly explored these woods. Right, so would he have used the tavern as a way to get from the Isle of Gerbils to the Duskwood Hollows, and then has just kind of set up shop here? Is that a dex roll? A dex roll dex saving throw to see if you stumble into the pit or not. Hey, with a 14 you back out. You crawl your way out of the pit. There you go. Khan is obviously from Rodent Island. Yep, fair. You want to try on the backflip? Oh! With a 19, that's one hell of a backflip. Incredibly impressive. Immaculate form. How's it going? Yeah, good. Good. I'm getting a little bit distracted, but I'll get to it. I'll get to it, I promise. Done soft tissue damage to your meniscus on your left knee, flat-footed, true flat-feet. You're born without arch muscles, so there's nothing to fix. And because of it, you're prone to knee injuries as you get older. Most folks have to get knee replacements, but they try to put that surgery off until you're 60. Don't know if age speaks is allowed here, kind of in your third decade. Yeah, okay. Feels like you need a walk hard, so you have to wear a wrap when you're walking for a bit. Is there any like shoe padding that can be applied that helps with shock absorption, or is it just kind of you just have to be careful? Welcome back. Found the woods randomly while being a refugee of the horrific Rodent Island war crime situation. No, fair. Dex is 8, so that's a -1 or 2. I believe it's a -1 because 10 is a 0, and then it's anything. A 9 or an 8 would be a -1. Yeah. You're getting a lot distracted. It's tough. With how raucous it is at the moment. Yeah. 16 Dex roll. At least do a cartwheel. A cartwheel is incredibly impressive in and of itself. Hides in the corner. Incredibly poorly. Everybody sees you cowering. It's a little bit embarrassing. True flat feet. Most of the pain is in your heels from standing for a long period of time. There are orthotics, but it's essentially just you want shoes without built-in arches, more or less. The knee injury probably happened from just walking silly. Yeah, fair. I mean, unfair, but you know what I mean. Feel like your character should be an aged human lady who crochets scarves constantly, gets yarn from who knows where. Don't give tavern goers a choice when you give them a scarf, kind of like an old Italian lady who keeps telling you it's also undetermined if you're a little bit of a spitfire due to your age or the constant pit vodka you drink and pedal. Keep telling you to eat even when you're full. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, you look plenty chilly. Here, have a scarf. Totally be down with being a gnome. You'd have to read up on the characteristics though. It's one of those things where, like for example, for me, a furbolg is an introverted loner who like just cares about the forest, blah 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 blah. But my version of a furbolg was raised by goblins and therefore has like a completely different demeanor. So if you wanted a more specific gnome character, you can always write it into your character. You can always make it work. It's been hi Snowbiz, how you going? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying my hand at keeping up with chat and drawing at the same time. It's doing poorly. I'm doing poorly, but it's a skill that I need to develop. So I'm happy to practice it, especially if I'm just like drafting stuff at the moment anyway. I reckon it's no harm really. We're taking this concept that we have for the starting screen and updating it with some of the BRB. Yeah, no stress. Updating it with some of the ideas that we'd come up with during the world building stream last week, and it's coming along. We've got some sinkholes happening in the ceiling. We've maintained the elevated cliff. The thing that I need to decide on is, do I keep this little ring access way over here on the left? I think yes, because it's pretty cool. I like it. But I think I need to apply it in a way that makes sense visually. I feel it's too small in its current iteration. So I'd need to do like a big ring here. Doing any kind of drawing a day thing for October. Never a drawing a day. Just because I honestly don't have time with how much that I try and get done. But we always do have our monthly prompt, which I'll adhere to. The monthly prompt for next month. I've spoken about it before. I may as well say it again. The prompt for next month is Pittober. Is it the Goblin Pit? Yes, it is. It is the Goblin Pit. So anything to do with the pit underneath the tavern, that is the prompt for next month. But you can't start working on it yet. You have to promise me that you can't start working on it yet because it's not Pittober yet. Septarmory though is still going for the next few hours. So if you want to get something in for Septarmory, more than happy to see more Septarmory stuff. And if you do get something in for Septarmory in the next day or so, you'll get a VIP badge for the following month. It's very exciting. Very, very exciting. Not only that, you'll be featured on the ending screen as well. It's a mighty honor. As far as you're concerned, the folks that do makers and crafting in Twitch, yeah. I believe, most makers on Twitch are gnomish, yeah. Not to generalize, but it tends to be the case. Hi Win, how you going? How's your day been? How's your weekend? How was your weekend? Are you doing well? So is the tavern like on a little ledge above the woods? Or is it in the same level as the woods? So it's in the wooded layer on a cliff. Like slight elevation in the wooded layer. So if you can see these holes in the ceiling up here, those are the sinkholes. Those are these in the ceiling. You can see in the background. Sometimes when artists use those nifty tools that have shapes instead of a pen cursor, you like to pretend it's weird alien bug that's creating illustrations. I mean, hey, everybody enjoys doing their RP in fun and interesting ways. What is pencil? How you going, Van? Hope you're doing well. Day and weekend have been okay. Earlier was the last of your exams. Nice! Congratulations for getting through exam season. That's sick. That's awesome. Congratulations. Okay, we want... Ooh, yeah, look at that. Boom. Yeah, no, you've smashed your exams by the sounds of things. Khan lives in that rib cage you turned into a house in the pit. Streams go, oh, nice. That's sick. You've got a rib cage house in the pit? Hell yeah. Just swell having a sarsaparilla while you play some Fallout New Vegas. Hell yeah. Swell is an understatement. Heck yeah. 7 screwed you. I mean, 7's not bad. It's a lucky number at least. Never seen a gnome before? I mean, garden gnomes are quite common, but like the non-garden variety, yeah, no, those are a little bit more sequestered to workshops. Yeah. Can you take a magic mirror selfie with them? I mean, you can't ask me. You have to ask them. That's a very funny thought, actually. Hey! Do you mind if I take a picture with that person over there? I guess. I don't know. Hi, Ghoulie. 17 check-ins. Hot damn. You're on a roll. Peace sign with the gnome. I don't have a snapshot sound effect, but I mean, I suppose the closest I've got is this. Picture taken. You've seen quite a few gnomes before, but never a garden gnome? Really? The other way round. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe it's not coming across, but I, at the very least, am really pleased with how much more dynamic this looks than the old version. The old version looked very not quite right. Whereas this, I don't know, it feels like you're in a space. Does that make sense? Am I making sense with my description? It feels like you're in a cavern. Which is what I was after, so freaking nailed it. Oh no. What's your mouth, sir? That looks splendid. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's one of my older pieces, so I'm always going to feel a little bit weird about it. Oh, you're letting everybody in? No, that's fair. That's nice. That's nice. So, Dookie, if this if the tavern is underground, actually that is a good point. Where would the closest town be? Because presumably there is a town in Duskwood, in the Duskwood Hollows. Just like, where is the question? Bridge goblins, yay! Didn't look backwards. See how I do it better now that when I would have grown net positive. Yeah, for sure. No. I definitely get to see the improvement compared to past efforts, and that is a joy. And you're right. It is straight up like 9 day between what was and what is. Is there a town I want? Or we're gonna have another world building stream tomorrow. So I might put that. You know what? I'm gonna add it to a list. I've got a big list. I'm checking it twice. Gotta find out if I'm doing it right. Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, there's a quest, it seems. Let's see. Closest town in Duskwood Hollows to the tavern. There we go. It's added to the list. We'll chat about it tomorrow. Ooh, Ghouly's having a look at the quest. Okay, all right. Ghoulie, you grasp the quest and pull it from the dagger that has it pinned to the wooden beam, keeping the tavern, I don't know, architecturally sound, structurally sound. Let's see what's on the quest, shall we? Ooh. Pit Gundy is wanting a scary portrait of themselves. It has to be symmetrical. Oh. A symmetrical portrait of Pit Gundy. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Does it seem doable? What time is world building stream tomorrow? Because you won't be home until 6 p.m. It'll be a 6:30 start, Eastern Standard Time. You can do that, all right. If that sounds doable, about what kind of time frame do you think that it'll take for you to embark on this quest? Again, not to keep you avidly set to it. It's just, if you set a time frame for yourself, you're less likely to invest more time in this than you might want to. Remember, you're a guy outside wanting to meet the PCs? Well, then you could be situated like at one of the bridges or something leading to the tavern. 1 week. Okay. So 1 week to do a portrait of Pit Gundy that's scary, and it has to be symmetrical. Your name is signed, and you embark on the quest. Good luck. Good luck. Can't wait to see it. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, Dust is going to be so excited. His Pit Gundy propaganda is going to be so much more robust when there's a portrait that he can throw around. What is the name of one of the taverns? Well, the one and only tavern that we've got actually built at this point is Ye Olde Artsy Tavern. Oh no, Biz. Snowbiz, no. Deary dear, into the pit. Forever destined to be in the pit. It's tough. It's tough. May you name one of them? Sure. Yeah. You got this. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in you. Artsy Tavern. We've already got that. So Ye Olde Artsy Tavern is already the tavern that we're in right now. This, like, knock knock. This one that we're currently drinking in. That's the name. The other one is up in the northeast of it. Okay, so that would be more in like your classic like frozen tundra kind of Nordic inspiration location. So if you want to use that for a bit of inspiration for your naming sense. It's called the Scutsy Plank. Excellent. Okay, I'm blocking it in as well. There you go. Boom. Northeast. Boom. Locked in. What about Oldie Tavern? I mean, again, that's kind of taken by Ye Olde Tavern. Ye Olde Artsy Tavern. It's all in the name. Will lurk as you play Roblox. Good luck. Good luck. Enjoy yourself. How come in D&D rarely talk about pooping? Need to have a place you called Ye Faithful Latrine Tent. Oh, dearie dear. Well, I presume it's one of those things where it's an unspoken, you know? Like in the same way that you wouldn't go like, yeah, so my character breathes in, then they breathe out, then they breathe in again, then they breathe out again, then they breathe in, and then for a change of pace, they breathe out. I don't know. It's one of those things where you don't really need to describe it. You don't really need to describe it. Can you get a refresher on who Pit Gundy is? You swear you heard me talk about him on stream before? Can't remember a thing. No, all good, all good. So Pit Gundy isn't actually a real person. Pit Gundy is a concept that was utilized by the King of the Pit, the Goblin King, to kind of to propagandize about how great the pit is. So in the same way that somebody might be like, live, laugh, love, in quotation marks, over the picture of a sunset and then attribute it to like Abraham Lincoln or something as an inspirational quote. The Goblin King has done the same thing, has attributed a bunch of quotes to Pit Gundy as ways to like be like, oh yeah, no, the pit's great. The pit is the best place ever, quote unquote, above a, sunset, Pit Gundy. So they're I suppose they believe Pit Gundy exists in everybody's heart at the end of the day. Folk in charge of that is a thick person. There you go. Ye Artsy Oldie Tavern. That's just infringing copyright at that point. Character has to drop a massive turd from the Hero's Feast earlier. Rolls con save to avoid straining. It's one of those things where you sit down at a table. No, serious talk though. Like, actually, you sit down at the table. It's part of a session 0. You go, okay, everybody, this is what I have in mind for a D&D game. I want an incredibly realistic D&D setting where we talk about like everything that my character does in the day, including, bathroom visits, any time that like I scratch my butt, like everything like that is all included in the session. Is anybody interested? That's the point in time where you confer with all of the other players at the table. Be like, yeah, no, that actually sounds amazing. I'd love to join in on that campaign. And then other people at the table might be like, actually, no, I don't want to play a campaign where every couple of minutes we're talking about bathroom visits. So it's one of those things where you totally could find a group that is down for that. But that's why session 0s are so important. It's hard to see all the goblins come and make your town weird. No, to be fair, like goblins are mostly in the mostly in the pit, but it's not a town that we're currently in. We're not currently in a town. It's just the tavern on an outcrop, basically in the middle of nowhere. So the more weirdness, the better. Like that idea that everyone, every time he has a shower, he has to roll if he slips and dies. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, you totally could have a version of D&D where all of that kind of gets addressed. You totally could. It's one of the wonderful things about tabletop gaming is that you can find groups that have like a particular want for what they want out of their sessions. Some groups really want like a humorous D&D. Other groups want like a really serious D&D. And it's important to do specifically because if you go into it with differing expectations, you can end up with one party or different parties within the group disappointed because they're like, I was expecting this to be, I've had this in the past where people have been like, I wanted this to be like a really like Looney Tunes-esque D&D session, and it was more sort of straight-laced. It's like, oh yeah, because that's the kind of D&D that I run. That differing of opinion is important to sort out before the game even starts. Like playing a very story-driven with character development game, combat that feels natural and relevant to the story and progression in some way. Also, in Agile, oh dear. I'll read that again when you're out of Agile. Sorry about that. Welcome back. But yeah, no, I completely get what you mean, Snowbiz. That tends to be how I enjoy running my games. But some people have the opposite opinion where they don't want a serious story because seriousness is for like day to day. Day to day, you've got a serious job. You've got serious conferences that you go to, serious phone calls, serious client interactions, whatever. The idea of doing more seriousness during D&D time might be exhausting for that particular player. So, and I get it. I completely get it. You got an IHOP now? You want breakfast? Oh, dearie dear. You hate story games? Yeah, see, there you go. Rambo's the opposite, and that's fine. That's fine. The roleplay space allows for both individuals to exist, just maybe not in the same game. There are obviously sacrifices that you can make. You can be like, you know what, I don't like a story-driven game, but I know that this DM is going to throw me little nuggets here and there of just like pure fun. So I'll put up with the story in order to get my enjoyment. And then the same thing counterways, right? Where it's, I know that this DM doesn't really do story, but they will provide me with like little nuggets of a storyline on the side. So I'll put up with the Looney Tunes nonsense for the occasional like bite to eat that I get. So yeah, no, you can definitely compromise. When you tell some people you don't play online and you play retro, they're puzzled. Some people like to critique retro, as in like in person. I've never heard of it referred to as retro before. Fair enough. No, on here. As in, oh, explain. I'm confused. Like you play Shinobi 3. Oh, right. Sorry. I was in the headspace of like D&D tabletop games. I get what you mean, as in you don't enjoy story-based video games. You enjoy like a more retro game that isn't story-driven. Yeah, okay. No, I'm on the same page now. Thank you. Sorry, my head was just in a completely different space. Appreciated. Really like both. Depends on the group you're in. Some people you can bounce off banter really well, which makes Looney fun, but also really fun to be immersed in a world. Yeah, no, that I could probably agree with that to a certain extent. I don't think I'd enjoy a full Looney, like Nothing Really Matters campaign. But no, I agree with that notion of like funnier sessions tend to live or die based on the kind of chemistry that you have with the other players at the table. Yeah. Is there a reason you play that sort of game? Gameplay can just be fun in a retro game. Someone told you, oh, you're probably the only person I've ever heard of that doesn't play online. Yeah, okay. As in like non-online games? Fair. I go through phases. I'll go through phases of like binging a ton of like single player games that don't have any sort of online functionality whatsoever. Like I binged a bunch of JRPGs early during the pandemic. A ton. Absolute ton. Some really bad ones as well. One that was called like The Sphere or something. I can't remember. Awful. Absolutely awful. But I had a good time. Don't play online games either. Yeah, fair. I feel as though that's pretty open-ended. Like quite a few different genres are non-online, you know? One time you were a Mandrak with 20 levels in D&D. It was pretty fun. I've never played high-level D&D. I can't speak to that. Good Looney campaign needs an anchor point. 100%. 100%. Just like free-fall Looney would probably be a little bit too much. I've spoken about it before. Like, as soon as it becomes nothing matters, like nothing is attached to anything, no stakes, nothing, it becomes a little bit dry. For me, personally. No stakes? Yeah, exactly. No medium or even medium rare? How dare. May you talk about your favorite game in TTRPGs? You might need to explain it a little bit, just because I'm not too familiar with different games in TTRPG systems. So if you explain which game that you're talking about, and then you can talk about like what you enjoy about it, that might go well. Someone was trying to sell a Genesis console for 70. You wish you had the cash for it. I don't know. I don't find the... I'm very cynical when it comes to older consoles. There are some that I feel stand the test of time, but then there are others where I feel like you really need like heavy nostalgia in order to enjoy some of the games, because they've aged incredibly poorly. Back in the day, two guys saw Jack of All Trades, and you were wanting to make an X-Files game about it. Yeah, okay. When you say jack of all trades, you mean the feature, like the class feature, where you're good at a few things. Shinobi 3 came out for Genesis. That's why you would have loved to buy it. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. If it's for something specific, then yeah, I can see that. Like, it hurts my soul to say that the PlayStation 2 is a retro system at this point, but it kind of is. It's approaching it, right? It came out, what, 22, 23 years ago or something at this point? It's certainly getting there. I'd definitely pick up a PlayStation 2 nowadays. NES or earlier games don't interest you, but anything later you like? Fair. Game was Ghouls and Ghosts, showed up in the 1800s. I'm pretty sure Ghouls and Ghosts was from later. If it's the Xbox game that I'm thinking of. PS2 is 100% a retro system. It's not getting there. It hurts to admit it. It hurts to admit it. Knowledge in all different consoles is pretty limited. Started PC gaming playing StarCraft, Roller Coaster Tycoon have primarily been PC. Other than that, there's some Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo throughout your gaming tenure, but most was always PC. Even met your wife playing World of Warcraft. Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. My console experience is strange. I'll explain it in a second. Your guy was a guy that was rich. Heck yeah. Cave. Yeah, getting there, Gav. The idea is that I'm updating this image to take on some of the traits that we were talking about last Wednesday during the world building stream. So it needs to be like a subterranean forest. So kind of bringing that flavor into it a little bit. Ghouls and Ghosts was originally an NES game. Ghosts and Goblins. Right. Okay, so not the game that I was thinking of then. How you going, Gav? How was your weekend? Hope you're doing well. I loved. Was it a texture study that you were doing before, Gav, where you were rendering that patch of earth? That was really cool. Loved the texture work that you were doing on it. Reminds you of Obsidian Forest idea in a lava cave. Yeah, so the idea is that it's a forest that's been sinkholed. So there's a land above, but you don't really know what's going on up there. You're just familiar with like this subterranean forest that's below. I need to put in some earth pillars somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to plonk those, but I do need to introduce at least a couple. Maybe one like here or something. Na, 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 na. Na, na, na. Think the subterranean area from Tears of the Kingdom, but a little bit more foresty than that. That's more got a flavor of corruption. Think more that structurally with more forest stuff. Ghosts and Goblins is the American name. It was called Ghouls and Ghosts in Aussie. Either way, it's correct, yeah. And mushrooms? Oh, there will be mushrooms. Probably not like fungal forest, maybe not giant mushrooms, but definitely mushrooms, just in on the smaller side of things. Do we have a guardian monster in the pit, like a beast that keeps us there with no hope to escape? I mean, Fields is technically a ghoul that haunts the pit, but I don't think we have like a designated guardian beast. No, not at this point anyway. Hold on to that idea though, because we might discuss it tomorrow as part of the world building stream. was a bit demotivated to art for a few weeks, so you needed to exercise to get the brain going. Fair. No, I get that. I definitely get that. There's something about trying to execute on a piece and like not quite getting it, and it getting really, really frustrating, and it tanking your self-confidence. But then, as you say, like as soon as you start doing some practicey stuff, it takes all of the sense of like seriousness out of it. It's no longer like a sense of obligation, no longer like, I need to get this done because X, Y, and Z. Allows you to just be a little bit more loose, get the visuals done. The Guardian Beast, here's a sea turtle. We'll chat about it. We'll chat about it. I'm fine with people coming up with details in the world that are like dispersed around the place, because we've got to build up the world somehow. But like really, really integral details to like the tavern, for example, we'll decide those via committee. No, you're good. You're good. No need to apologize. You don't think the pit is like a place we're trapped? No, that's the thing, right? I don't think it's a prison per se. I don't think it's a prison. I think it's more it's a pitfall. It's a tripping hazard that is slowly but surely being adopted by the tavern as more of an endearing feature. I feel like the general vibe of the pit is more like an inconvenience that gets in your way rather than being trapped. Yeah, exactly. But slowly is becoming more and more beloved. I'm coming to understand from chat. Okay, and then we've got rushing water here. But because of the low angle, we're not really seeing the body of the water as much. Something like this. Where folks do smashing together in a mosh. No, it's pretty chill actually, especially with a lot of the infrastructure and stuff that everybody's been adding. It's more like a little quiet spot. Love living in the tripping hazard. Got a nice rib cage. Yeah. Love the pit. Unironically, yeah. See, that's what I mean. Is it started as a rolling punishment, but has very quickly evolved into something else entirely. Forgot to share an awesome thing that you found at a store today. Oh yeah, please do. What are we talking about? So. The pit is a place that exists below the tavern. In the same way that you've got these forest sinkholes that lead down to where the tavern is in the Duskwood Hollows, like another sinkhole has opened up underneath the tavern itself and leads down like a kilometre or something stupid. Down to a place known as the pit, and it used to be where you'd end up if you rolled poorly using the D20. But people have slowly but surely been adopting it as a hangout spot. People have been throwing furniture from the tavern down into the pit. Digi's been building up like some small shacks and stuff around the place. Fire has brewed pit vodka using potatoes, which are like potatoes but far more cursed, and it's been flourishing in a way. It's been flourishing. You don't typically buy Funko Pops, but you found your favorite character in pop figure form at your local bookstore. Ooh, character was an exclusive from a bookstore in a city that was an hour's drive away, so this discovery was quite an awesome surprise. Found a Goosebumps Slappy. Hey, that's awesome. That's so cool. Do you want to post a picture in the Discord? I'll have a look. The resilience of the fallen. Yeah, more like the insanity of the driven insane. But I can't despise it. It's very funny. Is this a place to have a date? I mean, I suppose you could take somebody down to the pit as a date spot. I wouldn't recommend it, but I wouldn't recommend going down into the pit to begin with. I mean, it'd be quite tough on your ankles. Get all of these people away from the ribcage house. It's too much. Create a bit of distance. No, that's fair. I mean, you can fence off your ribcage house if you wanted to. Shared a song in meme channel. Must listen to. Promise it's relevant. Okay. I'll give it a look in a second. Gonna sip the same soda with another guy from the pit. Oh. That's spicy. Pit better or worse than taking a date to McDonald's? I think better, because at least with the pit you can be like, hey, there's this place that I know that's like on the hush hush, like a really cool spot, like a hole in the wall, if you will. So you could totally take a date to the pit and be like, hey, check out this place that I found. Whereas McDonald's, I don't think you can get away with that same line. I don't think you can be like, I know this place, right? You're gonna love it. It's super secret, but if you know, you know. It's Mickey D's. Like, I don't think you can get away with that line. Town has some weird places. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I don't think it's a town. It's not a town. It's the tavern is incredibly isolated. It's not sequestered to a town at this point. So it would be interesting to find out in tomorrow's world building session where the closest town to the tavern is. We need some almost used up candles to make a romantic spot somewhere. I love the specification. They need to be almost used up completely. Yeah, no, I see it. Just set the mood. Tuck and roll when you hit the bottom. Saves you from Earth. 3,500 meter drop once. Good Lord, what? No, explain. Gav, you can't just drop that and then leave it. Saved you from a 3,500 meter drop. What if the relationship doesn't work? Constantly see your ex at the pit. Yeah, well, that's the risk that you run with taking any romantic interest, any spot that's near and dear to your heart. Pit Town, home of pit beef sandwiches. Well, that's the thing, is if anything's becoming a town, it's the pit at this point with all the structures that are going up. Here, let me give this meme a listen to, shall I? Oh my god, yes. Probably won't get picked up by copyright, but just in case, this is a song by a channel called The Drunk Antics. Let's turn this down for a second.
I wasn't in the pit. You were in the pit. We all were in the pit. The pit. I fell in the pit. You fell in the pit.
Glorious.
You were in that pit.
If this isn't the anthem to the pit, I don't know what is. Incredible. Yes. Yes. This just needs to be playing on loop. Subterranean? Yeah, hell yeah. Yep. Oh, beautiful. Oh, well done. No, incredible. Incredible. Thank you for the recommendation. No, I loved it. Well done. Well done. Incredibly apt. No, you were 100%. The anthem of the pit people. Yeah, no, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So good, right? May or may not have been in a video game. It's still impressive. Pit is just full of handy-downs from the tavern, as Billy said. It's the player. I want to go to the tavern. Player's mum. We have a tavern at home, aka the pit. I mean, there's something endearing about like the slightly scuffed knockoff version of the tavern. It's originally from the show Parks and Recreation. Hey, there we go. But yeah, no, that would be where the footage was from. Felon in the pit. I know. It's glorious. All rise for the national anthem. Hell yeah. The PCs are going to go there, right? Yeah. No, they absolutely do. Everybody ends up in the pit at some point in their lives. What time is the world building stream tomorrow? If I were to compare it to the time right now, a little bit less than 4 hours from now tomorrow. So like jump ahead 24 hours and then tack another 4 hours onto that. It should be in the stream schedule. So if you go below the stream, check out the timetable. You won't be able to join. Oh, sorry, Snowbiz. Sorry. One of the unfortunate things about time zones. Frick. I'll try to keep you up to date though. I posted all of the revelations that we had from the previous world building session in the tavern in the tavern fan art section. I had like a quick little like content drop of all of the documents that we ended up with. I'll try to do the same thing with the session tomorrow. Had a whole cry about it in Discord. Oh no. Easy Mixed Signals. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you going? Hope you're doing well. I reckon same as last time. We have a little bit of this going on. Root beer. Heck yeah. Okay. Help yourself to the root beer. I'll cheers to that. Cheers. Delicious. When you grow up, you want to be like me? No. Don't. No. Aspire to be better than me. Aspire to be better than me. If you want to study art stuff like what I do, you can get better than me in the blink of an eye. Not entirely true because I've put in years, but especially if you're still growing up. Heck yeah, I didn't go through formal art study stuff. Like I did a little bit in high school and that all went incredibly poorly. I reckon if you put your heart and soul into it, you could get better than me in no time at all. Too bad you're old now. Oh no. Took a concept art class? No, unfortunately not. Closest I've come to taking art classes was I did art in high school for a little bit. Failed that. That was fun. I also took some graphic design. I took some graphic design in university, but again, didn't go too well. So if anything, I flopped when it comes to any sort of formal studies. All self-taught, unfortunately. Just be smart about who you listen to for art advice. Pick nuggets of wisdom rather than internalize everything. Yes, exactly. Going about it you want to go into it with an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out, right? So come at it with a bit of skepticism. So assess what you're being advised on. see like, okay, am I happy with the end result that they're advising me on? If no, take what you can, but then move on. If you find somebody that you really jive with, you're like, oh, you know, every piece of advice that they give me is gold. It really like immediately applies to everything that I'm working on. Yeah, I take their advice as gospel, I guess, but don't just mindlessly pick things up. But yeah, how you going? How you going, Mixed Signals? How's your weekend? The best bit of advice that I can give you is find artists that inspire you. Find artists that you love the look of, like not them. I like the look of you. Oh my. No. Find artists that you like the look of their style. Ads. Frick. I'll do it afterwards. Heck. Now I've left them with the nugget of creep on some artists. Oh my. Not the piece of advice that I wanted to leave. Practice and smart study, the key to any skill. Yeah. Well, that's where I'm gonna eventually end up with my awful advice. Is find an artist that inspires you, and then try to glean as much wisdom as you can from their work. That's probably like advice for later on when you're looking for like stylistic influence. But if you're looking for stylistic influence, there you go. Hi, welcome back. Sorry, I'll complete that piece of advice that I was so rudely interrupted by ads for. Familiarize yourself with the basics by just like slow but steady, consistent practice. There are definitely places that you can look for advice on how to practice. I won't bore you with that. But once you're down with the basics and you're looking to go beyond the basics, that's where I recommend finding an artist that you really jive with stylistically, and try to glean as much wisdom as you can from their visuals. The most amount of progress that you can get in bursts is being hit with revelations. At least for me, that's how my brain works. Is I get hit with like understanding revelations, like, oh, okay, so that's how lighting works, or like, oh my god, okay, that's what I do to like separate characters from the background a little bit more. And those tend to come from observing the art of people who are substantially better than me. So that's I guess my golden nugget of advice that I can provide. It's not quite golden, it's more like a rusted tin, but there's my rusted tin nugget piece of advice is find people that inspire you. Do I want to do the balustrade there? I kind of like how I had it in the previous version, so let's Can I not get rid of that? Brick. Okay, good old-fashioned way. Scrub. Scrub. But yes, as a quick little intro to what we're working on at the moment, I have an old illustration from a couple of years ago of Ye Olde Artsy Tavern that we're currently in. This, like knock, like that's the structure that we're currently set foot in. And I want to update it. I want to update it with because we did a bit of world building to do with the location last Wednesday, and I want to update it with some of the visuals from that. So that's what I'm going through and doing now. I said at the start of the top of the stream that a lot of the stream today will just be drafting. So I literally just concepting out like, okay, well, maybe this is what this looks like, blah, 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 blah. Because my Achilles heel is composition most of the time. Whenever I get to the end of an illustration and I'm struggling with like, this doesn't look right, I hate this, tends to be because I haven't drafted it very well. So I want to take my time, end up with a draft that I'm really, really happy with, and then go from there. I'm really happy with how it's coming along so far. I'm really satisfied with how it's coming along so far. Just not quite there yet. Oh. But you know what is quite here yet? A new quest. Excellent. Okay. I was going to say, it's been a little while since the previous one. Okay, if I don't put in that balustrade there, I can maybe put in another rock structure, this bottom right section here. Ooh, Snowbiz is checking out the quest. Okay. You pull the quest page from the dagger, and you pull it up to C. Ooh. Just in time is wanting a drawing of a local creature. Make it look upside down, no canvas flipping. Interesting. That seems like a challenge. Ooh, that is an advanced challenge. What do you reckon, Snowbiz? Do you reckon you're up for a challenge such as done? Okay, cool. About how much time would you like to designate to it? It's not a hard and fast time limit. It's more give yourself like a time block to work on it for, so that you're not spending months and months and months on it. Sign you up. As soon as we've got a time frame, your name will be on the page. 1 hour, okay. Locked in. Locked in, there you go. Boom. Once you're finished with that quest, submit it to the quest hand-in section at the bottom of the Discord, and we'll check it out. That's very exciting. The no canvas flipping is something you wouldn't have issues doing. You never flip your canvas. There you go, boom. But you're not allowed to turn your tablet or anything like that either. No cheating. But yes, good luck, Snowbiz. I'm excited to see what you end up with. Quests are flying off the dagger today. I know, it's crazy. I think I found a healthy cadence for them. I think like 2 to 3 quests per stream, I think is fine. Any more than that, and I think we'd be hitting a little bit of quest burnout. I'm happy to allow strangers to posit 2 to 3 per stream, I think. If people are really clamoring for them, we can always increase that cadence at a later time. But it's coming along. It's definitely looking like the interior of a cave. There are some things that I need to be wary of, like I'm fine with there being a little bit of visual repetition, but not happy with how repetitious the structural columns look. So I'm going to do that a little bit. Maybe try and separate from that beacon of light there. Would accept one if you weren't getting ready for Drawtober and working on your roster. No, that's more than fair. Please don't feel obligated. Like it's definitely not a case of, oh, I'm disappointed because somebody didn't take a quest. It's more, think of it as an excuse. Like, I am wanting to draw something, but I don't really have any ideas as to what to do. Or, you know what, it's been a while since I've drawn something. I really should draw something. Art quest. It is a bit of motivation, that's all. Nothing more, nothing less. I think with the angle, we shouldn't be able to see so much of the tavern. It should be a little bit lower, given that the cliff is obscuring some of it. And then we've got really solid cave aesthetics going right now. Really solid cave aesthetics. I don't think anybody would look at this and be like, yeah, it just doesn't look like a cave enough. Okay, maybe somebody would, but hopefully not. Please don't judge me. But I feel like the forest, like the cave forest bit, is sorely lacking at this point in time. So we need to start implementing some forestry stuff. Actually, no, speaking of cave stuff, or before I go into forestry stuff, I want to start adding in some stalagmites and some stalactites. That could be fun. Let's do a little bit of that first. Can you read the prompt again? Yeah, so it's in the Discord in I'll get the exact name correct for you, in the quest logs. So if you go to the Discord, down to the quest logs, you'll be able to find your exact quest page. We're doing underground forest with trees or giant mushroom forest? With trees. So the idea is that it was an above ground forest biome, but because of sinkhole activity, it's moved that biome underground. So it's like an above ground forest, but subterranean. So we have both above ground forest themes as well as cavernous themes as well. So that's where we're bringing in like stalagmites, stalactites, like a little bit of cave fungus type shenanigans going on as well, but not full blown mushroom forest. The cave ceiling is really cool looking. Thank you. I'm pretty chuffed with it so far. This is why it's important to plan out your drawings ahead of time, because I wouldn't have ended up with such a cool aesthetic without having drafted it properly. So if you're going to learn anything from me, let it be that. Let it be my good traits, not my bad traits. Not very good. You've handed yours in. You can't say that's not very good. Excuse me. That's incredible. That's so good. Okay, let's see. What was your original prompt? One out of 10 dentist Doug wanting a scary portrait of themselves, only add color to the background. Hell yeah. You've nailed it. It is in fact a scary portrait of themselves. You haven't added any color to them. You've added color to everything else. Incredible. Fantastic. Glorious. No, I reckon he'll love it. Well done. So good. Going to be a Balrog in there. I'm not sure. Definitely not a Balrog in its entirety, given that we try to stay like relatively unique with the setting. Something akin to a Balrog, maybe. And even then, I'd imagine that would be sequestered to like lower levels of the pit. On your human Farigiraf, there we go, which you've never drawn properly in the final draft. Always do it right in the rough sketch. Don't know how hard it is to draw a man with another person's face head casually in his mouth. That sounds tough. It sounds tough. You're sorry you did this too? No apologies needed. Absolutely raining right now. Been raining for the past 15 minutes after you rolled to see if it rains. There you go. The weather check, it does not lie. I love a good rain. I don't love sitting in the rain per se, but like a rainy day, hearing the rain outside is some of the best vibes. What did I say? Missed it? Is it going to be a Balrog? Not necessarily a Balrog, but certainly like Balrog influence something, maybe, yeah? Could be. Oh no. Into the pit with you. If you get wet on your way to school, drenched with a 1. With a 1 drenched, absolutely. He hates it with a 7. It's tough. Farigiraf is Girafarig's evolution in Pokemon Sword and Shield, by the way. For sure. No, for some reason in my head, I was trying to pronounce it like Girafarig, but with Farigiraf spelling, and it fell apart. 2 1s in this stream, unlike the 420s last Monday. Nailing 420s is 1, a massive meme, and 2, incredibly unlikely. Okay, what did we want to do? I do want to put in. So I've got like a bit of a banister here, balustrade, I suppose is what it's called, like the handrail bit of stairs, right? I've got a bit of that going on in that bottom right section of the tavern piece there. I don't know. Maybe it takes away from the epic feeling as soon as you ground it with like a piece of something in the foreground, or maybe it helps to like give that sense of cavern, you know? We'll give it a go. I'll chuck it onto a different layer just in case. What about a giant crystal sticking out of the walls and pillars? Ooh, potentially, yeah. I'll think about it. I'm wanting to keep the mooding, like the lighting. Wanting to keep the lighting moody so that it feels almost like a perpetual dusk. Hence the Duskwood Hollows. But I could definitely do like a little bit. Maybe not a giant crystal, just because it would illuminate things a little bit too much. But maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit of luminant crystal. Yeah, maybe. In your human Pokemon story timeline, see, I tried to do the same thing again. Farigiraf is actually slightly different lore-wise to the original, though. In what way? Your storyline, Farigiraf is the fusion of Farig and his great, who knows how many greats, granddaughter. Oh, like a melding of the souls kind of thing. if I'm a goblin enthusiast, would I have a goblin face badge or a goblin ear badge? I think a goblin face badge, I reckon. Like a very pro-goblin type deal. Whereas goblin ears tend to be used in more of like a gross alchemical kind of way, where people are like, I would like 3 goblin ears so I can use it in my elixir. Gur and Farig, Girafarig, were different Pokemon, and Gur force fused them because Farig was an evil dark tyrant. Ooh, so like a little bit more, yeah, as you say, plot. Instead of it just being like a natural phenomenon. Is live in your ribcage house and people keep adding crystals and power rocks and shit and suddenly removing them. It's tough. It's tough. Some fossils in the walls won't change the light like the crystal would. Yeah, potentially. Not quite at like the nuance bit yet. I know I started adding in stalactites and stalagmites, but that's more like silhouette-y type stuff. I mean, fossils could as well. I think if I were to embed fossils, it wouldn't be... Because I think I'm quite happy with the silhouette so far. Adding in fossils, I think, would add a degree of complexity that I think would take away from the simplicity that I'm liking. But definitely, like, embedded in the walls, like little, like, helix fossils and stuff. Yeah, potentially. Especially to sell that it's underground. Yeah. Sounds like a goblin slayer. Yeah, that's the feeling that I'm getting. Agreed. Like I slew 7 goblins today, a guild attendant. Here is the ears as proof. Yeah. Making badge ribbons. Nice. Very cool. For the convention. Yeah, sick. Don't want to join the city council meetings because of your hermitness. But you're going to be honest, these people need to make up their mind. It's quite unsightly. It's tough. No, it's definitely tough, especially when you're trying to be like a pleasant recluse. Okay, let's try the banister on this separate layer. See if we can get a version that we like. If not, we go without, and happily so. So if we have it the same as the previous image, kind of looks like that. Oops. And that it feels a little bit too heavy-handed. I kind of liked this vibe before, where you can kind of see, you can see areas of the river underneath, but I'm not sure what it does to the sense of perspective. I mean, it could just be like a wide footbridge. So you're standing on one side of the footbridge and you're seeing the other side. Messes with the sense of perspective with this column, though, is the only other thing. Because the column feels really close and then that feels really far away. No, I don't think, if anything, the closest we can come to it is like maybe something here, just out of the corner of the canvas. Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't hate it. Casted no curses from your hermit hole, and this is how you treat. Yeah, no, it's tough. That especially like you've stated that you've been quite the placating hermit. Just need a garbage can to live in, like us to the ground. Just because you're a rat folk does not mean you belong in the garbage. Mods ban the bigot. Deary dear. I don't think it came from a place of hate. I don't think you're good. Shark enthusiast, goblin enthusiast, slime anime enthusiast. That's fun. I like that a lot. Shark, of course, because of your area of expertise. Slime enthusiast, that's a new one. Like a slime rancher kind of enthusiasm. Didn't pick him because of the garbage can. Right. Okay. So you were just, yeah, okay. You were saying it, like it works for Oscar the Grouch. You're seeing like a similar personality type. You're just playing connect the dots. That's fair. Stop raining out. You're saved. Quick, run. Run while it's not raining. Do not run in the rain. Do not do this. It can be dangerous. Watch a lot of animes and your friendly slimes in them. Fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. There are a lot. Like, I was reincarnated into the world as a slime or something is one of them, I think. Showed up in your house and started putting giant crystals on the wall. Incredibly grumpy. Incredibly grumpy. My goodness. I've got the image in my head as well. Like little rat folk pointing with like curled nail. It's a strong image. Gonna get elected president, put a highway through your house. Oh, jeez. Oh, things just got serious. Your isekai story, the time you were incarnated as a slime, been killing slimes for over 300 years, by the grace of gods, campfire cooking in another world. And then, yeah, no, slimes tend to feature quite prominently in most fantasy anime. Dungeon Meshi as well. I think cooking slimes became part of that show as well. Okay, I'm quite confident in the underground vibe now. Quite confident. Happy with all the little details that I've added in. So I'm going to jump into a different layer and start adding in forestry stuff. So we're talking trees, talking moss, all sorts. Only want friendly slimes? Fair. Fields is the one who lives in the pit. You need to form a home owners union with him. You do. Fire also spends, I'm not sure if she lives in the pit. She spends enough time in the pit to where it'd be quite convincing if you were to say that Fire lives in the pit at this point. Same with Ghoulie. Ghoulie lives quite often in the pit as well. Very political about rejecting our ideas. Sorry. I'm down. To be fair, I haven't rejected them outright in the sense that I'm down to add like fossil detail work and potentially like some glowing elements for sure. But like I'm happy with the silhouette at this point in time. Like the big shapes that are taking up the canvas, I'm pretty happy with. Where I feel like additional stuff would start taking away at this point from the aesthetic that I have in my head. I don't reject them outright. It's impressive. I'm trying to play ball. Trying to, if not yes and, instead no but. A really good rule for tabletop games is not rejecting ideas outright. Trying to play ball with them at the very least a little bit. Don't expect me to implement everything. That's nice. It's a nice sentiment to have, to be like, I'm just gonna like throw ideas out there. You can take or leave them. I've known people in the past to get incredibly upset about me not adopting their ideas, and to that I say I'm sorry, but I'm only human. There's only so much that I can work with. It's fun giving ideas. Yeah, that's fair. No, that is fair. It's fun to just generate ideas, which is why the world building stream, gonna have a second one tomorrow, hooray, stream was so fun, and why the streams plural I imagine will continue to be so fun is it's been fun to just like float ideas all over the place and see what sticks. Something that a lot of stuff around it already. Don't think Duskwood Hollows and its surrounds need suggestions more so. It's a pretty like concrete idea at this point, but detail work does need ideas though. Like I feel as though the macro ideas have definitely been tackled. The micro ideas are where I'm really appreciating the floating of ideas, because it means that I can start adding in like little nuggets of detail all over the place that makes it feel more lived in and complex than maybe the macro idea can give body to. Kind of like a limestone or sandstone cave to you. That would make sense, especially with it being a sinkhole area with it being a softer stone. No, that does make sense. Still haven't streamed World Championship Bop It or whatever, whatever it's called. True. No, that is true. My no but response to that is no but. I do own the game. It would just be a case of like, when do I play it? Might be good for just like randomly at the end of a gameplay stream or something if I finish the game early. That doesn't tend to be the case, though, is the problem. Whenever I'm finishing a game, I tend to go long. I tend to go like half an hour to an hour over to try and get the game done. All free now, actually. True. Bop It stream when? Right now. Is there another stream planned for Friday? Friday this week, I'm on a plane to go visit my grandmother for her 90th. But for the following Friday, it will be Gartic Phone and Shared Canvas will be the stream for Friday. Thank you, Paradox. Thank you. I'll inform people again once ads are through. You can stream on the plane. I don't think I can, actually. Could you imagine? Terrible connection, costs me a fortune, and I have to whisper the entire time, and it's for like only a few hours. I wonder if there are laws against streaming on the plane, actually. I wonder if that's the case. Plop down a Godzilla with machine guns right in the middle of the piece. Oh, Gav, you monster. I think I'm going to have to implement my first straight out no to that one. Frick. Sorry, bud. I feel as though you're baiting me with that one, though, in my defense. But yeah, now that ads are through, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. The stream for this Friday, there won't be a stream this Friday because, as I said, I'll be visiting my grandma for her 90th birthday. But for the following Friday, the plan is to do Gartic Phone. Which is where a bunch of people jump in and they animate together using like little prompts and stuff, as well as a shared canvas. So the plan is for it to be half and half for that. Give that a go, see how we feel. Because I'm wanting to try some more sort of community-based games and stuff on a Friday, just because it feels like people are wanting opportunities to be creative together, and I feel like that's a good method to be able to do so. How long do we have left? About an hour and a half. About an hour and a half before end of stream. 1 FPS, 90p stream, no audio, no draw cam. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no cam drawing stream. Yeah, okay. No, that's fair. Do I even have a tablet? I don't have a tablet to be able to do that. No, instead it would be so much worse. It would be a no drawing stream just with the camera pointed at me awkwardly, trying to avoid getting other people in the shot. You're going to take it so personally? Frick. I knew it. Tavern 2 stories, by the way, because I've mentioned the Tavern having guest rooms before. It is, yeah, it's 2 stories. There used to be a necromancer who lived on the 2nd story called Clyde. I believe he was either slain or one of his experiments went incredibly poorly and he died, but he's come back as a lich since. I think he technically goes by Clyde is it the Lichmancer now? I can't remember. He's incredibly particular about it. He's going to get, speaking of offended, Clyde's going to get incredibly offended about my pronunciation of his name, but that's what I remember. You mean on your quest? Oh, frick. Well, as I said, it's not a strict time limit. It's only what you want to keep yourself to. When did you redeem quest? 28 minutes ago. Okay, so you've got over half an hour. There you go. Boom. If you're wanting to keep to that strict timetable. Gartic Phone is just a mini game, so artists can show off. I mean, yeah, but it's fun. Also, I've heard. I've never played it before. You own every Jackbox. If I'd ever want to do one of those for a stream, it was Clyde, Conqueror of the World and Slayer of the Millions, right? No. Different. Clyde the Necromancer originally. I did float Jackbox last time as well. So if we're not feeling Gartic Phone as much, we can always do Jackbox the following Friday. I've never played before. Yeah, never. Only do stick figures, and even you've played it. I mean, we'll see how I go next Friday. About to post your work in progress? Oh, I'm keen. Let me know when you've posted. I'll give it a look. Want to be clear, it's not this upcoming Friday, but the following one. Not the 3rd, but the 10th. Correct, yep. So the 3rd, I'll be on a plane. The 10th, I'll be drawing. Poorly, probably. Your emails are being butt. You're transferring it from your PC to your laptop, and your email's not coming through quickly for some reason. Alternatives to that are there's a site called WeTransfer, which does file transfer pretty quickly. And then alternatively to that, you've also got your like classic Google Docs, right? Where you can just upload it to the Google Docs and then access it from anywhere. Where am I flying? I'm flying back to my home state. I don't tend to speak in specifics, just because there are people in my personal life that prefer that I don't. Flying back to my home state to celebrate with family, and then flying back, and I'll be back before Monday stream. Should be back before Monday stream. Yes, correct. I am flying to Alt's house to visit. Correct. No, that's fair. You're gonna have to go off vibes, Van. I'm gonna vibe it out, and then you're gonna have to just kind of put out your senses and then pick up what I'm putting down, you know. Speaking of particulars, though, I do have. I've been given this exempt. I will be journeying to PAX Australia, not next weekend, the weekend after. 10th, 11th, 12th. I won't be there for the 12th. I'll be there for the 10th and the 11th. I'll be going to that convention. So if you also go to PAX Oz, you can say hi, I guess. Feeling Auckland? Ooh, close or maybe not. Ho hum. Pick me up from the airport. I know the one. Should only be a 45-minute drive to your desert bus. Hey, there you go. Boom. Urine. I mean, whatever helps you survive feels. I'll drink my water, but feel free. Feel free. Cheers. Cheers, good sir. Cheers. Delicious water. What? Yeah, don't rephrase it. Don't make it sound sus. Thinks he can afford to go to PAX. Just an open-ended invitation. Please don't tell you. Even if you get it right, you don't want any responsibility if I'm ambushed by dozens of would-be autograph requesters. I mean, so be it. I'll have bodyguards, so they'll be able to keep the masses in check. Thousands, I know, thousands. Good lord. It'll be tough. It'll be tough, but I'll grit my teeth and I'll survive, I reckon. Hey, I will survive. Once I was afraid, I was petrified of going to a con and being eaten alive. I will be strong. I wish that we will get along. I will survive. Good Lord. I was just being torn to shreds because obviously con goers are zombies, obviously. Eated $400 for a new monitor because your secondary monitor died this morning. Oh, is it a good monitor? Is it a good one? I reckon it is. $400. Got to be getting value for that. Trapped in a corner using your wide shoulders and forcing me to draw. Frick, that's the worst case scenario. It doesn't get any worse than that when meeting strangers in the Duskwood Hollows. Yeah, no, that sounds awful. 45 kilo bodyguards be tickled to death by a frenzy of... The accuracy of that statement cannot be understated. Stares at your $3 thrifted monitor in shame. This is the same Fields who before this year just didn't spend on PC gear at all. So I'm actually quite proud of Fields for spending a bit. Second monitor is a monitor from 1996 with only a VGA port. Ooh. My second monitor for the longest time was a hand-me-down from my dad. From like the year 2008 or something, I think. So it was workable. But often like did shimmery business. We'll describe it as that. Is the only one to splurge on. The rest can be CRT for you. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The problem that I have is that I need a monitor that's color accurate. Yeah, the color accuracy is like the biggest thing and has like good display settings for my art. But those kind of monitors are insanely expensive if you want them to have a frame rate above 5. So I've got one over here that's got accurate colors that was like reasonably priced, and I've got another reasonably priced monitor over here that does, again, a frame rate above 5. Spent the money to because it's an old monitor. Figured monitor should match your primary, so if anything, it's an excuse for an upgrade. Yeah, there you go. No joke, found yours on the side of a mountain one day. That's incredible. Oh, come on. Come with me. You're going to a new home. Spruce you up nice and fancy. Want an old cry to put chat on during streaks and play old video games? Old CRT. Yeah. No. I pieced it together to put chat on during streak. That would be fun. That would be fun. Or an old CRT in the background or something. That would be sick. That would be awesome. Bigger one may have slightly poor resolution. Lighting was weird on your phone. That was the best you could get it. Fair. Have on multiple occasions found monitors on the footpath. I mean, there are like curb days, right, where people just like put furniture and things out on the curb. You could totally scrounge a little bit, I reckon. See your last chat. Which? Posted. No, I didn't see that. Sorry. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you. Ooh. Good enough resolution. Absolutely difficult to transfer. Did some singles of your favorites as well. From top left to bottom right. Let's have a look. It'll be a little bit bright, so just brace yourselves. Brace yourselves against the brightness. Pew! Okay. Top left to bottom right, we have human Glycol. Yeah, with the ears. No, I see that. Very fun mustache. I like that a lot. Farig. Yeah, okay. His great, who knows how many greats granddaughter, Gur. Yep. Then Farigarath, which is the combination. There you go. Boom. Ghost. William Afton. Yeah, okay. Edgar, serious style. Fair with the yeah, very serious expression. Edgar, cartoon style. Right. Okay. Yeah. So it's like similar, like same character, different style. Yep. Human Scovillain. That's fun. The Pokemon Scovillain. Yeah. What does that say there? Yeah, Human Scovillain. There you go. Boom. Easy done. 2 of the characters on the bottom layer are the same characters. You just can't choose which style you like the most. I think that's fair. There are no rules to do with this. You can be like, I want to do my character dressed up as a cupcake, and then I want to do my character dressed up as a frog. Like there's no rule saying like there can only be one iteration of what your character looks like. You've got 2 CRTs, not using them right now for your collection room. Would be cool to do a project and turn them into a CRT monitor. It'd be sick. No, it'd be really sick. I always do love visuals of where people do up a CRT really nicely, or even like thematically where they make it look more banged up than it is. Those can be really cool as well. Did consider my goodness, having a CRT as a set piece for a hand stream. If you do Bionicles, oh, that'd be fun. Gur is not his great granddaughter. Don't have a name for the granddaughter yet. Fair. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Granddaughter was in the middle. Then Gur. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Even Goku has changed a ton over the years when he's drawn by different artists. Exactly. But you're not breaking the rules by giving it multiple goes. You're not drenched? Congratulations. That's excellent news. You're just mildly wet. Oh, okay, so it did start raining again a little bit. No, good job for not getting drenched, though. Notice that Frigg's eyes were not looking at this in the same direction. I did, yes, it did have a bit of a goofy look. It did. I mean, to be fair, that's because Farigarath, the Pokemon, has a bit of a goofy look as well. Like the ball eye, the ball face on the back looks a little bit goofy. Roll to see if it rains after class. It absolutely will, apparently. Has chameleon eyes? Heck yeah. Unreasonable to find CRT without someone selling them as antiques. To be they kind of are antiques at this point, aren't they? Okay, let's lower this tree a little bit. Because of the angle of the rock that the tree is on, you wouldn't be able to see the base. Arguably, you wouldn't be able to see the base of the other tree over by the tavern as well, but let's hold off on that for a second. Those are supposed to be your eyes. Supposed to be eyes, but they look like something else. Do they? I don't see it. I see them as eyes. Not like $400 antiques. Yeah, I mean, people are always going to charge what they think that they can get away with, right? It's the same with Pokemon cards that are like, that used to be worth, what, $7 are now going for hundreds. Very much so a case of limited supply means that they can do whatever they want. Does they not look like a woman's chest? No, I don't think so. Surely you don't take the you take the same stats as as Instagram's AI that goes around censoring posts. These eyeballs, they look like womany chesty bits. Not good. Banned. I said yesterday, yeah, no, in my stupor yesterday, I admitted to the fact that Instagram had limited my account for a while because it thought that eyeballs that I'd drawn as part of a sword were boobs. It was interesting to try and talk them off that ledge. So I swears they're eyeballs. Have a look at them with your real human face. Give you $70, quit your BS. Yeah, I mean, you can reach out to sellers. You can be like, hey, I can spend this much. What do you reckon? Confirmed boob enjoy. But apparently, according to Instagram, yeah. The emojis, not the ones in the drawing. The emojis. Now I'm lost. Now I'm completely lost. Did you have emojis in the initial post? No, I'm confused. Which emojis? Frick. Oh, that one. Oh, sure, I guess. But in the same way that you'd type in what was it? 58008 and then tip it upside down on the calculator. But I don't know. I don't have that sense of humor anymore. But according to Instagram, I do. So who are you gonna believe? Who are you gonna believe? Me or Instagram? Me as AI as crap? Hell yeah. Another win on the Mahali board. What have we got here? We have a digi. No, but we have, we're doing an updated version of the pit. We're doing an updated version of the illustration from the start of stream, which used to depict where the tavern was. Now we're updating the visuals based on what we described the Duskwood Hollows to look like last Wednesday. Are we excited for lore dumps tomorrow for world building? I'm pretty stoked. I'm locked in. I'm ready. I'm putting together a list, by the way, of things that I'd like to figure out with everybody tomorrow about the world of Brink. If you similarly have suggestions of things that you'd like squared away, let me know and I'll add them to the list. Snowbiz, if you can hear me, you have 12 minutes. If you really want to stick to that strict hour. You don't have to. Reminder, you do not have to stick to that strict hour, but if you're wanting to, you have 12 minutes. Almost done? Good to hear, good to hear. We stand somebody who can draw with speed. I can't draw with speed, so I'm jealous, but we stand people who can. Giant trees growing through the holes on the ceiling? No. So these are trees that are growing on land masses underneath. So yeah, if I color code it, it might make it a little bit easier to see. So this section up here, the red, is the underside of the sinkholes. So see where that section of land is shaded up the top? It's the underside of that. Then the yellow, those are the sinkholes themselves, like these big holes. The green, these pillars, are the pillars keeping it all held up. Then the blue, I guess, is all like subterranean stuff, which is all that stuff down the bottom there. The tavern is underground? It is. It is. It is. Gonna try and get Septarmory done right now. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You've got the rest of today. And I probably won't have the art prompt up until like after stream tomorrow as well. So you've got today and tomorrow to get it done if you're really looking for time to get Septarmory done. Reminder to anyone who wants to get an entry in for Septarmory and have VIP for the following month. Yeah, you have until the end of tomorrow to get your entries in. And then prompt for next month is Pit-tober. It's going to be so hype. I'm so excited to see what people do with the pit. Trees that have their roots on the cavern ground, but they grow so large that they surface above the cavern ceiling. No, that's not what I had in mind. That's not what I had in mind. No, not what I had in mind. That is a really cool thought. I'd almost want that to be like a forest of giants, where it's almost a similar aesthetic, but like the canopy up the top is like where trees have like knitted themselves together. You like to wait till the last minute? I mean, that's fair. It gives you a good bit of incentive. Borktober is next. Everyone draw chickens. A missed opportunity. 100% Pittober. Yeah. Pittober is next month. I'm excited. I'm super excited. Because I'm drawing the tavern now, and then I get to draw the pit next month. Threaten me with a good time. Just finished a new book too, Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut. Oh, was it good? Sorry, was it good? Sorry, can't help myself. It was fantastic. Hey, nice. Hit me with like a non-spoiler, like quick synopsis. What are we talking about here? Very digestible and really fun. Really funny. Ooh, okay. I've yet to find a book, like a comedy book, that I vibe with. That's not entirely true. Books that are goofy, I can't read. I can't, especially if they're the kind of goofy where they just kind of make up the rules on the spot. I find it too difficult to get immersed. Like, I'm fine with a funny story if I'm immersed in it. But just like a surface level funny story is a tough sell. How can you draw the pit in a U way? Well, that's what I was hoping to be able to see, was if you could come up with a like a U way of depicting the pit. Yeah. Man is writing a book about the day the atom bomb was dropped. Hijinks ensue. It's a satirical book. Okay. Yeah, that sounds a little bit more my speed. And you say it's an easy read as well. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 286 pages was pretty big, with pretty big text. It took you 2 days. Yeah, okay, definitely doable. Description could be of Doctor Strangelove. yeah, no, that works. It's satirical, writing about the... Yeah, no, that works. Super short chapters. Yeah, okay. That is the most appealing aspect, because the ability to read like a couple of pages, like a few pages a night, is way more doable for me. I struggled with a couple of books recently where the chapters were like 13 to 18 pages at least, and that was rough. Ads? Yep, thank you for the heads up. For Applebee's. Oh. If only I lived in the same country as an Applebee's. Did the book say about Ice Nice? What's that Collins Farrell Pacino CIA movie? Colin Farrell. Pacino CIA movie. I'm not familiar. I was initially thinking like The Departed, maybe, but that doesn't quite fit. Wouldn't want to spoil it for anyone. Fair. Incredibly spoiler conscious in this house. We are incredibly so. But what I was saying before ads dropped was I like a book. The Recruit. Fair. Yeah. I recognize now. Didn't realize that Colin Farrell is in it, but I haven't watched it, so. I enjoy reading a book with short chapters because it allows me to read, a few pages a night, and then I'm within I've completed a chapter, and I get that satisfaction of like, I can put this down now because I completed a chapter, put it down. I struggled with a few books recently that had chapters that were like 18 to 20 pages per chapter, and that was rough. Because I couldn't commit to that kind of time commitment before going to bed. So I would always end up just procrastinating and not reading chapters because I knew that I couldn't sit down and read for ages. Looking through your emails for references for your next characters from the roster. Just realized how much better you've gotten since Pokemon Sword and Shield came out. Hey, nice. There you go. We were just talking about redoing imagery that we've done previously, right? Which is kind of what I'm doing now with this one. Sick. That's awesome. Farigiraf came out in Scarlet and Violet, not Sword and Shield. It did, yeah. Area 0, I think, was where you can find Farigiraf. If it references Cat's Cradle, as in like the yo-yo thing. That's what I'm familiar with. Where you do the yo-yo trick, where you have the yo-yo like you tie up the string in knots around your hands, and then you have the yo-yo like doing a pendulum thing in your hand, and then you untangle it and then bring it back up. Got that wrong? No, you're good. Lord of the Rings? Yeah. Yep. No, I can't. I've tried reading Lord of the Rings a few times. It's a tale as old as time. I've tried reading Lord of the Rings a few times, and I always struggle with that bit in particular. Try to restrain your spoilers from Bubsy 3D. No, not everyone's gotten the modern masterpiece yet. Have you seen that there's a new Bubsy game coming out? Sorry, complete tangent. Have you seen that there's a new Bubsy game coming out? It actually looks okay. I am shocked. Apparently it's good, right? Just finalizing. Yeah, no stress. Take whatever time you need. I know that you're wanting to stick to that hour sharp, but take whatever time you need. First book in your Zombie Novel series has chapters at least 20 pages long. It's tough. I need shorter chapters. I need shorter chapters to be able to commit to those time frames. But that's just a me thing, right? It doesn't need to be like a universal rule. Just dig, said he. Read Cat's Cradle. I'll need to, in order to get the reference, yeah. What were we making Mahali play next? When it was, didn't you say Sonic Adventure DX last time? Wasn't that what the brilliant idea was? I'm confused. Is there another piece of video game cinema that I should subject myself to? Toggle to turn off the protagonist's quips. Really? That's revolutionary. That's amazing. Because that was one of the is it Gex the Gecko? I can't remember. There's another quippy game from back in the day where people wish that they'd be able to turn off the quips. Recruit references Cat's Cradle. Oh, right. I see. So Cat's Cradle is like quite prolific as a book then. And when you say yours, you mean the one you wrote? Yeah. It can work for other people for sure. So by no means cater your chapter word count to my tastes. It's just it's a particular thing that I struggle with. How did Balan Wonderworld go? It went well. We finished it. We finished it on Friday. The final boss was actually really good. For like, maybe my expectations were lowered a little bit by the rest of the game, but it seemed cohesive. Like, really cool animations. The music was really good. It was set up pretty well. The design of the boss was really good. Like, the vibes were there. And it's like the boss had some pretty in-depth like attack patterns for Balan's standards. So it was really good. But Bubsy, yeah, I know. But listening to Bubsy though, you may end up suffering from bleeding ears syndrome. Kurt Vonnegut is a big name in writing. He's dead, of course. Oh, but of course, if he's a big name in writing, then of course he's dead. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'm not familiar with literature enough to be able to say, like, oh, this is a big writer, this is not a big writer, or whatever. I'm not well read enough. Shocking to hear. I know. Incredibly shocking to hear, but like, good on it. Good on Balan Wonderworld for ending on a high note. I will admit that after I did finish the game on Friday, I went to the Steam store and bought the remaining Balan Wonderworld cards that I needed to complete, because with Steam, when you play a game for the first time, you open a few packs, just automatically. You automatically open a bunch of packs and you get cards. And if you finish that card collection, you unlock a badge, right? As soon as I saw the badge for Balan Wonderworld, I had to. Here, you ready? Check out what the badge looks like for Balan Wonderworld and tell me that I made the wrong decision by... How good is this? How good is this? Some games flavor their badges like recruit or adventurer or spy or whatever it happens to be. Balan Wonderworld's badge _01. Oh, chef's kiss. Beautiful. It cost me $1 to get this, but it was $1 well spent. It was $1 well spent, and I would do it again. Okay, maybe not again, but I would, if presented with the opportunity to not have the badge and have the badge, I would every time make that purchase. Can't wait for Wonderworld to... Me as well. Slaughterhouse 5 and so on. Slaughterhouse 5? Is that a piece of literature that I'm not familiar with? back from Minecraft Spooks. How'd you go? Did you win? Good on me. Yeah, I reckon. No, I reckon it's a good investment. That'll be worth, what, millions in 10 years' time. Where do you post the art? In the quest hand-in section at the bottom, in the bounty board section of the tavern, in the Discord. If you scroll through, you should be able to see that that's where other people have posted their quest. Did you win? Not yet. Kind of sat around for an hour waiting for things to happen. Which things did happen? Ooh, okay, so like an experience thing, more so than a winning thing. No, that's fair enough. Keeps talking about Bell End Wonderworld. No, Grandma, no. Turn on your hearing aid. I'm saying Balan. Balan is my favourite character. They say an image can say a million words. Yeah, exactly. And badge _01 serenades me with immaculately written lyrics. It made me cackle so hard. I had to. It's a progressive horror mod, so the more time you play the world, the more stuff happens until eventually something big happens at the end. Ah, right. So it like tries to build up atmosphere and then hits you with a jump scare at the end. Yeah, fair. Earnings from Quill have ran dry, and consequently, so have your cups been thrown out of every bar in the pit. Ah, no, dearie dear. That's tough. That's tough to hear. Sorry, bud. It just... The good times don't run forever, you know? Basically, the main idea is just beat Minecraft the usual way, defeating the Ender Dragon and all that. Ah, okay, so it is set within, like, the Minecraft universe still. Interesting. Okay, because usually these things tend to be like, you're in a room full of spooky ghosts, and you're there to investigate the paranormal happenings. Make it out alive if you dare. And it's like, oh, spooky. Okay. Interesting. So is it like Herobrine themed or whatever? Because that tends to be set within Minecraft, right? You're typing with a drawing glove. No, you're good. You're good. All good. How do you think I ended up with where the frick hurt find Luigi, whatever it was called, whatever that line was. There's lore to the mod based on the older version of Minecraft. Herobrine is apparently in the mod. There are things that are related to him in it, but he's not the main entity of the mod. Right. They removed Herobrine? Really? That's terrifying. And he still turns up? Ooh, Minnow immediately jumping on that. Okay. Minnow, let's see what quest you're perusing. Grissa the Sea Otter is wanting a picture of the tavern. Cold colours only. Blue, green, purple, etc. Interesting. Okay, so we've met our first denizen of the rodent isles by the sounds of things. Grissa the Sea Otter. Yeah, okay, cool. How does that sound, Minnow? 1, does that sound appealing to you? And if yes, 2, about how long do you want to be able to work on this for? How the frick Balan hurt where find? I mean, fair. An incredibly earnest question. Unbelievable. Unbelievable in what way, did you? Can you roll to mark Minnow for the quest? You cannot. You cannot. And I will not take any pressuring of people to reject quests, so you can take them either. You will leave this one for Digi? Really? Okay, as long as you're sure. As long as you're sure. If you want to do it, please, I encourage that you do. But if you're not wanting to do this one, it can go up. The original version of the mod was actually taken down, as it used to be able to just shut down your computer and delete your world and open things on your computer. Very like malware-y. You're sure? Did you can have it? Okay. It's up for grabs. Version you're playing though doesn't do that. Yeah, fair. It's up for grabs, Digi, if you want to grab it now. Okay. Same as before, Digi. Gris of the Sea Otter is wanting a picture of the tavern. Cold colours only, blue, green, purple, etc. If you're interested, what kind of time frame do you want to be kept to? What's the bounty? I initially wanted it to be the case to where you could earn channel points by completing the bounties. But that's not a thing, apparently, because apparently Twitch wants to do something with channel points that like can allude to real life money. But they just haven't done that for the past, 2 decades. So great. So I haven't thought of a reward in the conventional sense. The closest to a bounty reward that you'll get is I need to set it up so that the quests go up onto the thanks for watching screen. But yeah, the reward that you get is the friends that you get along the way. No, the reward that you get is like a fun time working to a prompt. Is essentially what I've come to eventually. You accept? Okay. Decide on a date, like on a time frame that you'd like to be kept to. There you go. You'll be done by today or tomorrow. Easy done. Good luck on your quest. I wish you the most bounty. Gonna be so pissed if they add channel points to channel point micros. Yeah, but like they haven't done anything. They haven't done anything for ages. So I don't know. I don't know what they plan to do with it. Done? Ooh, and you wrote a little thing? Excellent. Didn't check for grammatical errors. It's okay. The point will get across, I'm sure. Hi, Pixie Lonic. Hi. Welcome. How you going? Just little keep you up to date as to what we're doing. We're doing an updated version of the Tavern. This was one that I did a couple of years ago. We've built on the concept of where the tavern is, what it looks like, that sort of thing, during a world building stream last Wednesday. So I'm updating the visuals to match with what we ended up with at the end of that stream. But yes, how you going? How's your weekend? Let's have a look. Quest hand in. Let's see it. As a quick reminder as to what Snow's quest was. Where are we? Snowbiz. Just in time wants a drawing of a local creature. Make it look upside down, no canvas flipping. So that was the quest. And this is the image. Ooh, okay. Let's read the little bit of text that we got along with it. The Stilect slime is a creature that lurks in the darkest crevices of the pit's cave system. It disguises itself amongst the shadowed stalactites of the massive cave system. Starting small, its head latches itself onto the ceiling in smaller sections of the cave, where it can feed off small bugs and possibly critters that found its way. Once the slime has outgrown its area, it detaches from the ceiling and undergoes a sudden growth of a tail, where the calcium of the consumed bugs and creatures from form claw-like tail that can drag the creature around. The slime will seek a space where it can fit itself comfortably again and latch itself onto the ceiling, continuing to feed on anything that would venture by. Now, in its adolescent size, it can consume larger beings such as adventurers. There we go. Creature of incredible danger, but not without a struggle. The claw it had grown acts like both a weapon and a fork, which supports its feeding. There you go. Should it survive long enough, the slime will continue to grow until it becomes so massive it requires a large space to disguise itself amongst the other cave structures. At this point, the feeding only exponentially increases as the sections of the cave system are more well-traveled because they are very spacious and open. Okay, so it gets to feed on more adventurers and creatures and goblins and that sort of thing. Also make it more risky, as lighting up this portion of the cave is an easier feat. Not many slimes make it past this stage of its life, but ultimately die of starvation. The Stalax slime does not reproduce by normal means, but instead portions of it drip off, having the potential to grow into larger creatures. The pieces need only be lucky enough to fall on a bug or some kind of energy source so it can begin the growth cycle. And you can see it all there. See, you see like the drippy slime bits, the barbed tail over here. You very cheekily drew it canonically upside down. That's a fun method of drawing to the prompt. You drew it upside down. There you go, boom. And then here are the poor adventurers who are pretty quickly going to get nommed on. That's awesome. Well done. Well done. I like it a lot. You didn't check for grammatical errors either. It's tough. It's tough, especially if you're trying to communicate something quickly. That's awesome, right? Stalactite slime. Yeah, right? Really, really, really cool. You finished designing your ribbons? Can I see? Can I see the ribbons? Don't feel bad about the quest, did you? Wasn't excited for that one, and he was, yeah, rather, yeah. Good call, good call. That was very selfless of you. Thank you, Minnow. But yes, Pixelonic, how you doing? How's your weekend? Hope you're doing well. Super rough, but it was very fun. That's the goal. That's the goal. It's a fun art prompt to get you thinking about stuff that maybe you wouldn't be able to otherwise without a prompt. It's a cool concept, right? Really cool. Shared the designs in Art Channel. Too late to cut them out of vinyl for ironing. Fair. Let's have a look. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Shark enthusiast badge. Yeah. Anime slime enthusiast. Yeah, very cute. With the little eye patch slime. The mask is sick. And then goblin enthusiast. Yes. This definitely screams goblin enthusiast. Yeah. Where like a goblin ear, as I think it was either Alt or no, it was Alt was saying in chat that goblin ear might be a little bit more like I slayed like 1,000 goblins or something, you know. Frick, didn't mean to click on that link. There we go. You've officially contributed to the lore. You absolutely have. You absolutely have. Been okay. Got a lot of rain last few days before today, so that was really nice. Believe it, almost in October. I know, right? Why do the months pass so quickly? I've got so many commitments in early to mid-October. I'm freaking out just a little bit. But, yeah, the seasons do change. I'm a little bit excited as well because the prompt for this upcoming month is Pittober. So we get to illustrate some pit shenanigans, which I'm super excited for. Super duper excited for. Got to do some holiday homework, so you'll be around. Good luck. I'd say enjoy, but holiday homework is a bit rough. Holiday homework is a wee bit rough. Good luck, squids. You like it? Now, to finish your aquatic goblin print, heck yeah. Heck yeah. I do like restaging things, like in the homebrew campaign that I did for my players like 4 years ago or something. I created a city of aquatic dwarves. That was fun. That was really fun. Because you get to just like reflavor everything. You keep the essence of the creature, but you just get to reflavor everything in really fun ways. Posted next singular work in progress. It's your human swallot. Ooh. I was not expecting this for swallot. Oh my goodness. With the little twizzly moustache and everything. Excellent. I don't think you'd ever be able to say that it's devoid of character. Definitely full of character. Just a way more sinister swallowed than I was thinking. You have to write a language analysis piece. So it's not all that bad. It's just reading over an article and writing about it. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. You think you'll crochet a potato for Pittover? Yes, please. Yes, please. God. Where I was dreading October at first. Now, can it be October already? That's amazing. Is that guy from Treasure Planet? I mean, yeah, it kind of looks like the antagonist from Treasure Planet. Yeah, Long John Silver. I think it's been a while. It's been a little while. Give it a scarf as well. It can get cold down in the pit, I'd imagine. Probably just write the intro and first argument analysis, and then leave it for today. That's fair. No, it's good to pace yourself, especially if you start early, because then you break the seal on it, you know, and then you can get back to it every now and again without it being too harrowing. The protagonist. Good lord. Took those attributes and equivocated the attributes to living person. Slimy and stinky. Sweaty grass burp. Yeah, okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. No, yeah, I see what you mean. Long John. So I can't remember. It's been a decade since I've seen Treasure Planet. Missed the first one. Basically read the Swallow's Dex entry. It's basically a living stomach. So you thought, what would a living stomach outside the body be? Ah, right. Yeah. Cool. Can't be his name. I believe it is Treasure Planet Wiki. Oh god, no, not fandom. Good lord, I almost got bombarded by ads. Yeah, John Silver. There you go. Boom. Yeah, John Silver is the name of the antagonist. Yeah, thought so. Okay, don't include the Long John bit. Just the John Silver bit. Must have a Mandela effect moment. Is he known as something else? No, you're good. No need to apologise. You did not think that was his name. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Literally a clip of you comparing how you look to him on your Twitter. Oh, no. As in similarities? had a think on your tavern mark. Sorry, it's been no need to apologize. Kept forgetting. No, you're good. You're good. Kind of thought a lantern with a pixie fairy as on the inside. Ooh, or a giant magic hammer with a tiny fairy wings to keep it afloat. Either or, depending on what inspires or best reads. I think the hammer with wings would come across better because, we'll get through ads. I'll explain after ads. Love to see a modern approach to A Treasure Planet by a good writer and director. Yeah. I really like the original. I really like the original. But if somebody's got a unique approach, if they bring something new to the table, then I'm not down. I'm not against something being reattempted with a different voice, you know. Threw it into my meme set. I'll give it a watch a little bit later. Let's chuck out a branch all the way out there. And if I do that, then it means I need to extend the canopy quite a bit. Welcome back. Ad's dead. You killed them? Nice. Well done. Well done. Don't worry about those ads. I killed them dead. But yes, as I was saying, ads murder. Yeah, murder. I think the pixie hammer I think would read better because in order to get the lantern to work, you'd need to have a readable lantern. And then beyond that, also have a readable pixie within the lantern, all within this kind of format. As you can see, like the marks are actually quite small. So fitting in the lantern, like imagine that the spool and thread. Imagine that spool and thread as the lantern and then a teeny tiny fairy inside. It just wouldn't read. Whereas the hammer with wings, I think, is a lot more readable. While I'm on this screen anyway, by the way, would you like to pick out a plot of land for yourself? We've got a little spot up there, spot down there, technically a couple of spots there above the music. Billy has already reserved this part of the shelf here, so you've got that bit under the canvas there. A few spots. It was the bottom right of the banister part. Bottom right, down here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, easy done. Cool. Bing. You want land? Ooh, yeah, Snowbiz, if you wanted a tavern mark as well, you could absolutely grab one. We're running out of real estate, but get your marks in while you can. Feel free to move it somewhere else if it reads better. Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind. If it looks better in another spot, I'll shift it. Question to everyone: how do you feel about giving your art a title? I think it's a skill that I don't have, but it's a skill that I should develop. I feel like it's a good way of introducing your artwork. But that's just a me thing. If somebody were to be like, I don't name any of my artwork, hey, fair. Entirely up to you. Your mark would be a snowflake. Ooh, yeah, okay. Heck yeah. You'll need to redeem it for gold pieces, but once you have, yeah, snowflake is easy done. You want land? Yeah, okay, fair. Well, Shampoo, if you want a tavern mark as well, need more points? Yeah, it's a wee bit on the expensive side, but it's permanent. Once it's there for life. You want land IRL? Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't think there's much land to discover anymore that doesn't already belong to people. Not that there was much to begin with that didn't already belong to people. But you can always buy some, I guess. It's not the cheapest, but it's always an option. You could get Tavern land, but hoarding, yeah. That's the problem with hoarding, though, is that you very quickly run out of land space. Sort of impresses upon the viewer in a way that might be unfair, dispels a bit of their ability to interpret it for themselves, you reckon? Well, that's the intention, right? Is you want to kind of push them in a direction with a title. But if you're a purist to do with like just the message, the metaphor of the art, yeah, you can absolutely leave it blank if you wanted to. There are plenty of people who have just named their titled their work _ you know, like that's the name of my work, _ that's it, just like the little dash line. You want land covered by water? Oh, okay, that's maybe a little less contested. I claim this section of ocean that nobody else has been in. It is mine. This 1 foot by 1 foot square, mine. Decided to move outside onto your back deck to do this work? Heck yeah. Sounds pretty chill. Myself and the outside world have an antagonistic relationship. Like, for example, insects love me. Mosquitoes, I'm their best friend. So I tend to try to avoid the outside, especially during warmer seasons. You do feel a possibly selfish desire to give a title to something? I mean, I think that's fine. But there are no rules. Like, you're not breaking rules by either titling or not titling your work. That's one of the fun bits about art, is that you could just be like, frick it, I do it my own way. Like, do what feels good to you. Who cares? Don't overthink it. The worst thing you can do is get in your own head too much and then like psych yourself out of making decisions that you should be able to make. Do I use OBS? I do use OBS. Poorly, but I still use it, yeah. Why do you ask? Curious about my microphone settings, filters. Do I have filters? Filters. I do have filters, but okay, don't laugh. The only filters that I have on my microphone, I'll show it to prove it. Audio move, audio move, audio move, audio move. What does audio move mean? Well, my only filters are for this. My only filters are to get myself moving and jiving. Literally, that's the only reason why I have filters on my microphone. Otherwise, I have zero filters. Is that a blessing? Is that a curse? Who's to say? But it is, in fact, the reality of things. Generally don't, but when making something that's serious, you're like, shouldn't you let it speak for itself? Blah blah blah. It's just, don't think about it. Don't think about it. If it feels good to name it something, name it. If it feels bad to name it something, don't name it. It's as simple as that. Honestly, like, maybe I'm oversimplifying it. Who cares? Frick you. I do what I want. Don't think about it. Just do what makes sense or feels good to your heart at the time. Is it a plugin then? For the no, I don't think so. I don't think. Audio Move might be a plugin. Audio Move might be a plugin. Speaking of OBS and that, you and your friends are thinking about streaming again. Been coming up with ideas of what you could like change your channel to style-wise. That's fun. No, that's really fun. What were you thinking? All of my microphone settings are all like within microphone software. So I've got a Blue Yeti. I just have it's folded into Logitech. So I've got a Logitech thing that covers my mouse, my camera, my microphone, and I just go in and like change levels and stuff like that. But even then, it's all pretty default settings. I can take a snapshot for you if you'd like after stream. It's very nice. Oh, thank you. I got it on sale for like $100, I think, about 4 years ago. And it's done me really, really well. Showing info? Yes, please. Yeah, sure. Yeah, after stream, I'll write a reminder for myself. Take screenshot of microphone settings and send through to Pixie Lonic. Boom. Done. Easy. Thinking like a chill beach hut setting, or maybe like a neon lit city with character related to that sort of stuff. That's fun. I feel like the neon setting has a lot of potential. The beach hut would be very similar to this, where very chill vibes, like the sound of like moving tide and stuff. But if you wanted something that like a little bit more loud, then the city setting absolutely works. You might do some later while you're out here. Yeah, why not? Audio levels would be helpful. Yeah, no stress. I can take like a little sample of my microphone levels to desktop audio level difference as well. Like yeah, I can just do that now. Dip. Testing 1 2 3. There you go. Taking a snapshot of that. Send through to Pixie. There you go. Those are my OBS levels. And I'll send through my my Logitech stuff afterwards. Yeah, no stress. All good. If it helps, then I'm over the moon. Okay. In the previous version, I had staircases going between the different platforms. I almost want to stray away from that a little bit and go with not drawbridges, rope bridges. Like a rope bridge would be quite fun. Something like this. You also found out that one of your favorite band's music is DMCA free, apparently, so you'll be using that a lot. They posted a thing about it on the Instagram this morning. Hey, cool. Yeah, Vinsvept is the same. As he's fine with any usage as long as you have accreditation. which I do. So it's been really cool. With the platforms, might be like floating stepping stones. Ooh. Okay. No, you're cooking. You're absolutely cooking. Let's consider that as an option. Okay. No. Let's consider that for an option for a second. That's sick. That's really sick. Okay, new layer. We'll call this base. Based draft. Yeah, very good. Base draft. We'll call this trees or tree. Yep, singular. Perfect. Floating rocks. I want to give it a go. At the very least, I could be like, you know what? I've given it a go. It doesn't quite vibe. Therefore, ergo vis-a-vis, we go without it. But I can at least explore it. Allow me to explore it. Let me do this. Let me explore. Stones held up by tree roots. Ooh, that's sick. I like that a lot as well. Because it marries together the underground with the forestry. Yes. Sick. Cook, chef, cook. Yeah, exactly. Done it a little bit backwards. It should be smaller stones up here. With larger stones down the bottom. To give it that sense of movement through the space. Morning dust, how you going? That's cool AF, right? See, if it were just me, if it were just little old me doing all of this by myself, I wouldn't be able to come up with half these cool ideas. And especially if I was like, you know what, guys, I've come up with the concept. Don't give me any more suggestions. Missed out on this. Don't want to be awake yet, but you need to be productive today. Tough. A productive day? Damn. Well, good morning nonetheless. Hope you slept okay. We make such good brain cells together. I know. Something. We've got electric energy. Something. It's the electrochemical connection between brain cells. I don't know. I never did human bio. I've got no idea. I got no clue. Those things, yeah. Read a book. Oh, the absolute rudeness. Don't think it fits the theme of the pit, but you like the idea of where being a basement with a porch sticking out of the pit wall. Oh, so just to clarify, this isn't the pit that we're currently in. This is the underground forest known as the Dusk. God, why have I lost it? This is why I have it. This is why I have it on hand. I can just go to the Tavern fan art channel, quickly check it. Duskwood Hollows. There we go. This is the Duskwood Hollows that we're currently in. The pit is one level below that. Yes, that's how the pit is it's underneath underground. But in terms of like Duskwood Hollows, having a porch that extends out from like a raised section, I think works perfectly. Good old thingies. Depolarizing synapses, releasing neurotransmitters. Well, that's basically what I said. Is the idea that the tavern was built on top of the pit entrance still a thing? Yeah, so the tavern is here, and underneath the tavern is another secondary sinkhole. So if you... there's a sinkhole underneath, like that. And the pit is like down there somewhere. A ways down, quite a ways down. That's why you can't access the. That's why you can access the pit. Yeah, exactly. So there are like loose floorboards in the tavern that if you step wrong, you can actually like flip the board up full underneath, and like you end up in the pit. Is essentially how that works in my head. But I mean, that could be one of those things that we flesh out tomorrow during the world building stream. It's picturesque scenery. Boo. Oh, that's awful. I love it. Picturesque. Oh my goodness, yes. You don't regret a thing, how dare you? No, fair enough. Fair enough. And so you shouldn't. Your genius should be on display for everyone. One of those spinning bin lids. That's all you can think. Yeah, exactly. Where you just go and just whoosh. One person steps wrong and it just endlessly spins for a couple of seconds. Yeah. Oh, well, that's why you tend to have like quite a few people ending up in the pit. What time it is? It's 4:38. Ah, crud, but it's also approaching end of stream as well. When did that happen? I thought we had like an hour left. The frick? It's tea time. That too. That as well. And apparently quest time as well. Need an advertising poster for the phrase come visit the pit. It's picturesque. Here, let me snapshot that just so I don't forget. That's beautiful. I'll chuck it into my reference folder. Just end stream as soon as you show up. Not taking it personal. We've got time. We have time. We have minutes. We have minutes at our disposal. The brain cell progress continues, yeah. We have timer juice on head. We do, but just keep in mind that it slows down your perception of time. So you're not actually extending stream. You're making stream feel a lot longer depending on how much you drink. Then of course, if we've got like this root system set up here, I do want to have more of that kind of scattered around other sections as well. Is that what happened to Just in Time? I mean, Just in Time literally just asked for a quest entry, so he's probably doing okay. Is that what happened to get him so time pun invested? Maybe? Maybe. You'll have to ask him. Can't claim a new quest, even if you rejected the previous one. How's it supposed to work? Oh. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. I'll have to fix that between streams. Thank you for letting me know. It's quite complicated. It's quite complex. So that'll be something that I have to fix between streams. I'll write that down. Make it so if you reject a quest, you can take another one in the same stream. Sorry for the scuffedness of it. I hope you understand. It's going to have a couple of hiccups for a little bit while we figure out the detail work. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. such a thing as anti-timer juice, where it does the opposite effects of timer juice, or did you just ask if the tavern has coffee with multiple caffeine shots? Yeah. It's kind of what you're asking, yeah. No worries. Thanks for understanding. I appreciate it. Maybe not that sculpted. Bring it back a little bit. Something like that. Then, if I'm working on base stuff anyway, let's go through. I need to add waterfalls. Ooh, that's the same layer as that. Okay, good to know. Nope. Have to wait. Just a heads up, I've received my first round of ads that I'll need to start snoozing, so we'll be wrapping up relatively soon. Hope everybody's had fun. I've really been enjoying these streams that are built around the Tavern lore. They've been really fun. Lots of fun. Oh, good to hear, good to hear. Mummy wrap-up time? Yeah, exactly. Oh, now it is spooky because it is themed around ancient Egyptian mummies. Ooh. Beautiful. Now you're scared of wrap up time. Oh no. No, it does take on like a whole new vibe as soon as you word it like that, yeah. A lot of fun. A lovely world we're writing and painting together. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Nope, snooze that. Not ads in 1 minute, Tavern. Not ads in 1 minute. I refuse. The trees need a little bit of work, but otherwise I'm really happy with the vibe. This tree in particular, maybe I can quickly clean it up now. How do the stream marks work again? So if you jump into channel point redeems, you'll see the cost for the stream mark. Once you've redeemed a mark, once you've redeemed a mark, it gets chiseled into the structure of the tavern, one of these spots. And there it sits permanently. If you were to redeem it a second time, at that point in time, you only have the option of altering what you've already had marked. You don't get a second one. And then basically the idea will be once the tavern has been completely covered in marks, I will retire the feature and then go through and spruce it up even more and make it look like it's very well rendered into the wood. And then that's just how it will be for as long as I stream, will be marked up with everybody's marks. So as you can see, we're getting pretty full. There are only a few spots available left. So if you do want your mark in, rather sooner than later, probably. Probably better sooner than later, yeah. Are they pre-designed marks? They're not. So you let me know what you would like. Make your mark? Exactly. Make your mark in the tavern. You let me know what kind of design you'd like. I recommend a simpler design. That way it's more easily readable. But it's entirely up to you. People have heard the warning and then been like, you know what? I hear what you're saying, but I do want a a more complex mark anyway. And I do it regardless. It can be literally anything you want. Within reason. Obviously keep it safe for work. Obviously keep it, like not too silly. I say that, but I say make sure it's not too silly, but we've got like R2-D2 up the top. We've got a poorly drawn SpongeBob down the bottom. We've got also like Ape Escape up the top. It's all like as long as it seems reasonable enough, probably okay with doing it. Hyper-realistically detailed Taj Mahal. Well, see, that's kind of, you're approaching territory of maybe it doesn't read. Maybe it doesn't read well. But hey, if that's what you've got in your soul, if that's what's in your heart and soul, and you need to see a hyper-realistically rendered Taj Mahal, by all means, go for your life. Have to think about it. Mind if you redeem it now and then? Yeah, so that's what we've done in the past. Happy to keep doing that as well. Redeem now and you can figure it out later. You can either message me on Discord directly or just whenever I'm streaming. Either works. For yours, you thought you'd end up changing it eventually, since it was based in the pit. Little did you know it would be a staple by now. Yep. No, you're one of the leading innovators on what would eventually become the pit. Yeah. I trust that you wear your mark with pride nowadays. Of course you did. Yeah, good. It's the pet. Yeah, no, it is. Speaking of marks and redeems, if you do want to embark on a quest, let me know sooner rather than later. Just because, oh dear, you love the pit. There you go. See, boom. Let me know sooner rather than later, just because I'd hate for it to like crop into ads, and then I'm having to let ads roll while I explain how the tavern how the quest works. Did a framed mini version of what I'm drawing on my overlay. Yeah, up the top, so you can see like where I'm zoomed in, for example, like with the little red box around it. It's not even read to you until just now. It's a little bit more difficult to tell with all of this being in grayscale, but yeah. Adamark, excellent, Gav. When the idea comes to mind, let me know and consider it done. Oh, actually, speaking of, mark, hammer with pixie wings. Thank you for the reminder. Perception roll. Oh yeah, with a 17. No, you absolutely noticed that part of the overlay. Absolutely. With a 17 as well, you can actually tell where some of the flip over floorboards are in the floor of the tavern. So you can choose to either skirt around them and be careful, or with a 17 perception, you can choose to enter the pit if you'd prefer. Hit me up. Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. Straight ahead, full bulldozer, straight into the pit. Hell yeah. That never fails, except when it does. I mean, nobody's really lived to tell the tale of how the failure went, so only successes in my book. Gonna go down and book a time for the laundry room. BRB. Have a nice rest of the day if you don't make it back by the end of stream. Thanks, Dust. Thank you. Have a nice, productive day. I hope it goes well. All right. I've snoozed 2 rounds of ads. As soon as that third one comes up, I'll start wrapping up. And while I'm preparing for that anyway, just a reminder to everybody, the prompt for this month of Septarmory is coming to a close in the next couple of days. Prepcat, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? The prompt for this month is coming to a close in the next couple of days. So if you want VIP in chat for the following month and for your work to be up on display during the end credits scene at the end of stream, get your Septarmory entries in now. As I said, you've got 2 days to do it. You can deposit them down in the monthly art fair channel at the bottom of the Discord. There's that. Usually there would be a Hearthside this weekend, but I'll be away this weekend visiting my grandma for her 90th. So unfortunately, no Hearthside for the next few weeks. But don't worry, they will be back and better than ever when I've returned. So there's that to look forward to. I actually love the root woven stepping stones. They're sick. Such a good concept. I would not have thought of it myself. That's so good. It's gonna be so much fun. Happier with that tree now. I think I do need to do like another tree back there. Maybe just like the essence of a tree. The essence of a tree. Shwa, hua. Very, very mystical. Oh, essence of a tree. But it's true, just like a little bit. I don't think, because I like how stoic this one is, all out on its lonesome. So we'll do that. We'll lighten this one as well a little bit. No, not Mahali. Night Snow Beers. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had fun. Sleep well, bud. Catch you later. Brain cell co-worker. Yeah, I know. Together, we're all one genius. I mean, it's how think tanks work. Something like that. Boom. I think this tree needs to get a little bit larger as well to be kind of on par with that one, and then maybe some canopy along here as well would do us quite some goods. Ode to Woods. Yeah, exactly. Psh, refreshing. It's coming along so magic. I know. It's gonna be sick. But I haven't even started on like the detail work, because we're gonna potentially have some like embedded fossils in some of the cavern wall bits. The water render was my favorite part about doing this original image. So doing that again will be really, really cool. I'm also really looking forward to the roof, the sunroof, sky tunnels things, whatever. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun as well. I'll need to fix the perspective on the tavern because that just looks awful at the moment, but it's fine for a stand-in for now. Okay, we have gotten off the ground. We've started with the concept and we're getting places with it. There'll be lots to clean up for the next time that I work on it, which should be Thursday. Thursday will be the next time that I work on this. Tomorrow's stream will be another world building stream. It's going to be fun. It's going to be sick. Look forward to that. You'd wear it too. Love the smell of the forest, especially in autumn. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Made it back in time. Whoop. Welcome back. Welcome back just in time for wrap up. Looking neato. Love the approach to this project. Yeah, I feel like taking it slow, planning it out properly, I'll end up with an image that I'm really happy with by the end of it. Instead of trying to rush it, end up with something a little bit more butchered. But yeah. So next time we'll be mostly focusing on getting in like those extra foresty details, like probably like a little bit of canopy business going on above the waterfalls, and then lighting and shading. Like for example, where I've got these darker bits under the cliff and stuff like that, I need to start putting in those kind of lighting details, but that can wait until next time. Petrichor is the best smell. Throw hands over that. Petrichor, I've never heard. Is that like the smell of like forest debris? How aggressive am I going to be with the vegetation? Well, it is on a separate layer, so if I can try and push the aggression as much as I can, and then start pulling it back a little bit, I think will be my approach. Because if I'm hesitant with it, I was hesitant with the first one, and I wasn't happy with how cowardly it was with the approach to vegetation. So I'll probably be more aggressive with it, and then try and peel it back afterwards, so I can see the limitation of it and then peel it back. Rain on the ground. It's like fair. There you go. Summer rain. Yeah, okay, fair. But yes, I'm running out of time. 2 minutes until ads play. Frick. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you had fun. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. Look forward to the world building stream tomorrow. And catch everybody later. Bye, everybody. Bye.